Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council meeting this Monday, March the 1st, 2021 at 7:07 p.m. Ms. Derry, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Vice Terry.
Here.
Ron Powell's absent. Dan McDaniel.
Here.
Tim Terry's absent. Ralph Dicker.
Here.
AC Brown.
Here.
There's one.
Thank you. If you would please stand, we will begin our meeting this evening with a prayer and pledge. A prayer led by Brother Bunny Gill from First Baptist Church, followed by our pledge from Chief Stewart.
Let's pray together. God, we thank you so much for all the blessings that we enjoy. We just thank you tonight. Thank you for the blessing of this community, for being able to live in such a place as Greenwood. God, we are so grateful. We're thankful for the leadership here, for those that serve in this community. I thank you for so many people that help make this community what it is. And God, we ask that you continue to bless. Lord, we pray for our nation. We pray for things that are going on around our world. That God, you would lead and guide those that are in leadership positions. Thank you for our military and for all the many people that serve. So Lord, we come and ask your blessings on this meeting tonight. We pray for wisdom, for guidance and direction, the decisions that are made. We continue to guide those that are in those positions of leadership. Pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Brother Ronnie, and everybody watching. Always not looking at you. You're inching towards it. Thank you, sir. At this time, I would ask for approval, or consideration of approval for the minutes for the February 1st regular council meeting.
I'll make that motion. Second.
Have a motion and a second.
Vice Terry.
Yes.
McDaniel.
Yes.
Director.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to publicly ask Ms. Daniel to turn the air up a little bit, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you very much. Or down, or whatever.
Yes.
Whatever, make it cooler. Thank you. Is that okay with everybody? Want to freeze anybody out? Recognitions and acknowledgements. We're going to do that during the speech here in just a little bit, but I know there's a lot of folks here. Thank you all for coming and being here and being a part of this. So we appreciate you being here. We'll move on to committee reports. Boys and Girls Club, I know Kenny is here. There it is. Turned in a written, did you, or did you? Go ahead. You want
Yeah.
to? Okay.
I did. I think
Okay.
we got it. Anybody have any questions on that? What we got going on? And we just want to again say thank you. I think y'all got it. The lights have been just fantastic. The response from the community. I think we more positive stuff on Facebook and that since the lights of 09 out there. So we really appreciate it a ton. So anybody got anything or need anything? Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. I asked Kenny when he was up handing these pictures, photos, if you didn't get a chance to see it, it's kind of got it during the process. This dark is the way it was lit previously, and now with the LED lights. I asked Kenny if he was doing any refereeing, because if he is, his excuse just went out the door. Being able to see. So we're excited about that, and I'm anxious to go out and see it. So thank you. SRCA, Ms. Lisa's not here, but you have a report from her. Again, as I always say, if you have any questions, council, regarding these reports, or if they're not in there, if for some reason you don't see what you need to see, let us know, and we'll track it down. Parks Commission, Mr. Goldstein is here. Any comments, sir?
If anybody has any questions, I know it's a pretty detailed report and our Parks Director put forward. Just wondering if there's any questions.
You got off easy. Thank you, sir. Water Commission, I don't see Mr. Bailey here, but again, if you have any thoughts or questions regarding that, let us know. We get the citizen forum. Does anybody sign up? Danielle?
No, they did not.
Okay. So make sure before we move on.
Bob has something.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just from, you're gonna talk about economic development later.
Yes, sir.
Just
More
let
than you ever want to hear.
councilmen know, we will be meeting here at 2 o'clock on Friday. We're gonna be meeting with Representative Johnson. He's gonna bring a legislative report to us and let us know what's going on in Little Rock. If any of you guys have questions about anything legislatively, if you let me know by Wednesday, I'll get it to Lee and he can do some research on it. He's also gonna bring a COVID update.
Thank you. And that's 2
2 o'clock here.
o'clock right here.
Right.
Thank you, sir. If no one, and we didn't have any signatures on these citizen forms, so I'll turn it over to our financial guru for a financial report. Mr. Thomas?
Okay, the February, we didn't close, we reported as of the 25th of February, so there's a couple of days that were not reported in the financials, so it's not a complete month. The first of the month usually causes havoc that way for us, but we did get the numbers for the city sales and use tax and the county sales tax. So some of the highlights were the sales tax revenues for the city of Greenwood started 2021 with the same growth pace that it showed for 2020. The February city sales and use tax numbers are up 18.6% over the collections received for the same month in 2020. The cumulative growth for the same 2-month period in 2021 is up 16.5% for city sales and use tax. The cumulative growth numbers exceed our 2021 budget right now by 6.5%. I still have cautious optimism on that number. We're, as you know, we budgeted about 10% increase, so we're running about 6.5% higher. But there's still a lot of unknowns going on right now. You're seeing the creeping up of the consumer goods costs. You're seeing the fuel going up. You see people that are being a little more guarded with their disposable monies. I don't know how that's going to play out over the next several months when you know that the monies that we're collecting now are on a 2-month lag. So the monies that were being reported and collected were primarily December's monies. So it would be interesting to see what March and April does so that I can have a better indicator. And what I'd like to do in next month is give you somewhat of my economic outlook, what I like to call my crystal ball, as to how I feel, what my sentiment is about what we're going to be looking at from the first quarter as far as the economic impact and where the economy, I believe, is heading as it impacts the city of Greenwood. The same thing goes for the county sales tax. The county sales tax for the city was up for the month 11.3% compared to the same period of 2020. Cumulative growth for the 2-month period over 2020 is up 8.7% for county sales tax. We budgeted flat at about a 5.5%. So the county sales tax collections exceed our budget projection right now, our annual budget projection, by 3.2%. Still a little early, as you know, because we're really not reporting numbers that have been collected for the 2021 year. So hopefully we're looking at a continued growth. I don't know if you recall, but any growth that we have that exceeds what we were looking at for the bond, because the quarter of the city sales and use tax was pledged to the traffic relief bond. The right now the 16.5%, if that's even if we doubled the 3.5%, which is what we were looking at, to reduce the amount of time of the bond, which right now is scheduled to retire if there were no growth, at about somewhere in the neighborhood of 2048. With a growth of doubling, at least doubling what our current growth rate was going into the bond, you're looking at a significant reduction in the amount of time for that bond to pay off. And that significant reduction relates to a significant savings on interest. Because the sooner you can pay that off, the less interest you have to pay. You're looking at a $2.5 million savings just on the interest alone. So the numbers being up greater than 3.5% is good regardless of whether we maintain a 16% increase or even a 10% increase. Anything greater than 3.5% helps the bond, just so you know. And we did close that bond in 2020, in November. As far as the rest of the information that I have in the packet that you have on your tablets, the total city funds that we have on hand right now still remains constant at about $13 million, a little over 13 million, 13 and a half-ish. The budget, as you know, for the year is 9.9 million, so there's about a $3.4 million decline that is budgeted. Most of that comes from capital projects. Those capital projects are starting, and so you're going to start seeing some of that money being spent, and you're going to start seeing some capital projects going on in the city. As far as the debt numbers for the general fund, if you were to look on page 27 and 28 of your financial reports, I have given you a copy of what's going to be published for the unaudited financials on a cash basis for 2020. Those are ready, and they will, I don't know when they're actually going to appear in the paper, but it should be soon.
Financial statement?
Yeah.
It was Saturday,
Saturday's paper?
last Saturday.
Last Saturday's paper, you would have seen our unaudited financials published in the paper. I've given all the councilmen a copy of that in their on their tablets. And you will notice that on the general report, the debt has been updated to reflect our current debt with the traffic relief, and the police bond for the building has been removed. And you'll see that our total debt right now, if everything goes according to what our initial or original debt schedule was, it's scheduled to pay off in 2060, I believe. It's a 45-year issue, 20-something, 60.
It's 2060.
Yeah. So, like I said, the more we collect as far as city sales and use tax is concerned, and the growth of that will significantly reduce that amount of debt period that's listed there on those reports. And I also have given you now, I'm going to be giving you every month, the A&P report. It's going to be given to you very similar to what you see the city sales and use tax and the county sales tax. And I've given you a 2018, 19, 20 year and compare it against what we're currently doing so that you can see the trend of our A&P tax. Right now, our A&P tax for the month was up 34.22%. It is updated on the report I just gave you for the end of February. So there was a lot that came in on the last day, on the 26th. So I have that reported. Right now, we've collected $29,000 for the 2-month period, January and February. Cumulatively, that's 22.9%, or right slightly under 23%. We budgeted 8% for the year. So right now, we're taking off on a good trend. I hope that maintains, because that's money that can be put back into the community for community promotions and drawing people to the community. So you will be getting that every month, so you can see the trend as it compares to previous years. And that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them for you, either here or you can reach me anytime during the week. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, as always. Next item on the agenda are the agenda additions, which we have none. I know, it's always a shock. We're getting better. And we actually have no old business this time, so we'll move right into the new business at hand, which is the state of the city address. So without getting too detailed, I guess I'll just say go ahead and place your bets now, how long this takes. I think that's a little
18.
you got
I have 18.
We're not really placing bets, folks. Well, we kind of are. I don't think there's money involved, to my knowledge.
21.
19.9.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chopat. And the good news is I don't know, but now that I do know, I can make it last as long as I need to. So again, thank you all for being here tonight. I do appreciate the social distancing. We did the best we could. I'm not sure we're doing everything we're supposed to be doing, but we did a pretty good job. And you guys are used to standing up anyway back there, right, firemen? Thank you guys for being here too. So let me say before the official speech starts, so don't start the clock yet. Every year for the last few years, Dr. Brandon Goldsmith has come down and assisted me with this speech. Okay, he writes it and I read it. But we work together, we have a good time working together, and we try to figure out what, the right way to present what the information that we have, and I appreciate him very much. For the last 2 years, I believe, now, he has brought in his intern that joins him, and this young man has been let's see, what is Gabe? Gabe is a blessing to me. He's fun to be around. He's an awesome young man. Gabe, if you'll stand up, please, so I can embarrass you. This young man dwells over in Lavaca. We don't hold that against him. He attends school at Future School in Fort Smith, and those are his parents directly behind there. So I appreciate Gabe, and he's just a joy to be around. So if you want to get to know him, it won't take long at all. Just go and say hi, and he'll start a conversation with you. So, and as tradition has had it, we autographed the copy of the speech that I give every year. And this year, also, Jakey, who is perched in the floor here in front of Dr. Goldsmith, is part of the process because he's part of it. And he also autographed my speech. So, just so you know, we had those. And they're available for $79.95. Pardon?
4 easy payments.
4 easy payments. And Charlotte, our city clerk treasurer, will get with you on that plan. So we can work something out. But anyway, just wanted to just kind of start with that. And thank you guys, and thanks, Gabe, for helping out with us. So, here we go. Ready? Clock. Oh, by the way, I'm staying seated this year due to our situation and trying to social distance, so forgive me, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I usually stand at the podium, but I'm going to stay seated so everybody can stay where they are. Okay? Good evening, everyone. I am thankful that you're here tonight. As I've said, every year mayors are required to report on the council, to the council, the municipal affairs of the city, and recommend such measures as may seem advisable within the first 90 days. Tonight, I will be reporting the 2021 state of the city. I would like to thank and acknowledge, got a lot of names here, so I'm going to do it all at once and get it done. And I will not get everybody, but I want to thank these listed and all those that I miss. City Councilman A.C. Brown, Tim Terry, Lance Terry, Rod Powell, Ralph Meeker, Daniel McDaniel, City Attorney Mike Canby, City Clerk Treasurer Charlotte Derry, my Executive Assistant and HR Director Danielle Smith, Finance Director Tom Marsh, Police Chief Will Dawson, Fire Chief Stuart Bryan, Street Director Dennis Goodwin, Parks Director Tammy Briley, Planning Director Sonny Bell, Water Director Tim Posey, Water Wastewater Director Greg Cross, Water Wastewater Commission Chairman Commissioner John Bailey, Planning Chairman Commissioner Tommy Basham, Parks Chairman Commissioner Joe Goldstein, Chamber of Commerce Director Bob Purvis. After many years of service, this year, last year, our building inspector permit writer Don Oliver retired, and we have hired Hunter Nichols to replace him. We're proud to have Hunter amongst us. He's done a great job. Carl Irwin, who worked in the water department office for many years, or actually 18 years, also retired this past year. I would like to, of course, also thank my family and my gorgeous wife, who after 27 years decided to retire as a kindergarten teacher. So it's all about retirement there for a second. Every generation has their test. Our parents and grandparents experienced the devastation of the 1968 tornado. Once again, we were reminded how the city of Greenwood and its people have a resilient spirit. I would like to report that the state of our city is strong and resilient. 2020 was a tough year economically and emotionally as people lost friends and loved ones. There's only one way to say it. 2020 was indeed a struggle. I know for myself, one of the best parts of being mayor is being able to visit and communicate one-on-one with citizens from our community, whether playing Santa Claus, cutting hair at Pink Bud, or mentoring elementary students. And although I miss this part of the job immensely, in the grand scheme of things, they are all small sacrifices, which will only be temporary. We have all had to make adjustments to our everyday lives. Throughout the pandemic, we have learned how to adapt and gained a greater appreciation for family, friends, and our community. As Amanda Gorman, America's first ever National Youth Poet Laureate, proclaimed, while we might feel small, separate, and all alone, our people have never been more tightly tethered. The question is not if we will weather this unknown, but how we will weather the unknown together. We all had to make changes to many of our yearly city activities and create new ways to interact with the citizens of Greenwood. The Chamber of Commerce, thank you to Bob Purvis, Parks Fire, police departments participated in socially distanced community events, including the East Point Teachers Parade, the birthday drive-bys, the Veterans Parade drive-through, and the Westwood PTO Christmas drive-through parade. For our drive-through Halloween trail at Bell Park, a generous donation from Farmers Bank allowed the Chamber to give long-handled butterfly nets to each vehicle in order to maintain social distancing. They held the nets out the window as they passed by each station, and the treats were placed in the nets. We also did a reverse chamber Christmas parade where floats, vehicles, and bands lined up throughout the grounds of the high school, and the families drove past the parade. Some people thought we were crazy, didn't they? But it worked. Both events were incredibly successful. People were just happy to be out doing something or anything, and extremely appreciative. For the first time since the 1968 tornado, the city of Greenwood was shut down during quarantine. In order to address this unprecedented crisis, we formed the Greenwood Reopening for Business Task Force, consisting of businesses, education, and community leaders. Working with the Chamber of Commerce, Greenwood School District, AMP Commission, and Economic Development Committee, we implemented a grand reopening campaign. Posters, billboards, and banners were hung around town at businesses as the reopening rolled out. Dr. Brandon Chase Goldsmith he produced a video series featuring Dr. Lee Johnson and myself, providing information on state and health department guidelines in order to assist our citizens in navigating the new realities of the COVID pandemic. The task force received statewide publicity as we became the first community to produce and organize a reopening campaign. We were officially recognized by the state of Arkansas, receiving the Volunteer Community of the Year Award for our civic engagement initiatives. The Economic Development Committee stepped up in a big way when the city needed it the most. Therefore, tonight, I am more than excited and proud and happy to announce 5 new members to that committee, some of which are here. Joanna Brandt, I believe is not here this evening. Sean Lynn, Buddy Lloyd is here in the corner, Abby Lejeune, and Farrah Chopak, who will help Greenwood's continued recovery as we plan for a future beyond COVID. The city requested and secured CARES Act funds from the state of Arkansas in the amount of $351,658.07 to assist and offset the financial needs of the city created by the COVID-19 public health emergency. These funds finance distance meetings, telework technologies, PPE, modifications to municipal offices, and most importantly, covered patrol officer payroll. We are thankful to our city clerk, Charlotte Derry, whose technical knowledge helped those of us who aren't quite as computer savvy and remain that way to adapt to the concept of Zoom meetings and working from home, which was especially valuable when we had to close City Hall twice. In order to ease financial burdens, the water department discontinued shutoffs during the quarantine. Additionally, they established a water bypass check valve, which was utilized while James Ford was offline during the recent weather event. An unexpected outcome from people staying home and in town, actual tax revenue growth exceeded 2019's revenue by 3%, with city sales and use tax up 16.1%. Approximately 9% was from online sales, and the remaining amount resulted from people supporting local businesses more frequently. The city closed 2020 with total funds of $13.33 million, which reflects a 30.7% growth versus budget. 2020 was the year for the annual United States Census. I am happy to announce that Greenwood improved its self-reporting percentage by nearly 10% over the 2010 census and finished far ahead of the entire region and in the top group of reporting cities in Arkansas. Our census count is not just a statistic, It translates into real dollars for our city. Unfortunately, due to delays at the federal level, we do not have our 2020 population totals at this time. More to come. Another count we are looking forward to comes from Jen's Kitty Rehab. In partnership with the University of Arkansas Fort Smith, we'll be working to create a census of stray and feral cats, having an estimate even of the minimum number of free roaming cats allows us to understand the extent of our overpopulation problem. This will also assist us in tracking the effectiveness of any programs such as trap, neuter, return we implement to reduce the population. Over the course of the pandemic, we have increased our appreciation for nurses, doctors, and essential workers. While we were sheltering in place, they were on the front lines facing the virus head-on, from hospitals to supermarkets. Parents especially learned to appreciate all the work teachers do to educate their children. The Greenwood School District continues its excellence in education and sports, ranking the #1 best place to teach, #2 best school district, #2 best place for athletics, and #2 best teachers in all the state of Arkansas. Our student athletes won state championships in girls cross country, varsity football, varsity volleyball, wrestling, and girls basketball. We want to say a very special thank you to our educators for all your hard work during these difficult times. First responders have demonstrated their commitment to our community during COVID by putting their lives on the line to protect the public. For example, Chief Will Dawson responded to a medical emergency and came upon his son giving his mom CPR. He rushed to the scene, taking over the attempts at resuscitation. Regretfully, the patient did not survive, and it was later revealed she passed from COVID complications. In his rush to save her life, Chief Dawson accidentally forgot his mask and had to be quarantined. He's with us here today, just fine. He and other first responders not only continue to safeguard our city, but at the risk of their own personal health and safety. For example, 2 officers saved the life of a gunshot victim, providing chest seals and bandages to control the bleeding. Officers also dealt with a barricaded suicidal subject with a gun, whom they were able to convince to peacefully surrender. Instead of arresting the person, they sought out alternative treatment through the VA. Additionally, some of our officers were also called upon by the Arkansas National Guard to assist with domestic operations in Little Rock past year. Our fire department increased their Firefighter 2 certifications from the International Fire Service Accreditation Congress to 92%, a very uncommon but highly recognized achievement for a combination department. For the 11th straight year, we have been nationally recognized as a FireWise community and as a Ready, Set, Go community for 8 years. Last year, our city improved to a Class 2 by the ISO Public Protection Classification Program, placing Greenwood in the top 5% of all communities. An ISO 2 classification will lower individual and business insurance rates, saving our citizens overall around $300,000. The fire department recently celebrated the retirements of Captain Stanhope Wilkinson, Assistant Fire Chief Roger Corbin, and firefighter Randy Davis. I know those guys will be tremendously missed. I would like to congratulate Will Robinson for being our Firefighter of the Year. During the pandemic, our citizens have gained a greater appreciation for our parks and trail system. These amenities provide people places to go where they can escape to the outdoors and socially distance in a safe environment. In response to demand, 4 pickleball courts were added to Bell Park, and all the phases of the promenade have been completed, increasing the park's walkability. A new wheelchair accessible swing inspired by the beautiful Miss Kennedy Holland was added in June. She raised over $3,700 and donated her time to make this project a reality. Eagle Scout Dax Lewis completed a trail extension that begins behind Pavilion number 1 and it connects to the city walking trail. Eagle Scout Trey Smith completed a very large expansion bridge on the upper east loop of the Greenwood Lake Trail System. A new bench donated by the Clements family was added to the city walking trail, and a beautiful rock table in the memory of Mr. Fred Kinslow was made possible through local donations by friends and family. Over the past year, our lives, our jobs, and communities have been interrupted by COVID. Some more tragically than others. Almost no one has been untouched by the pandemic. This last week, excuse me, we joined the country in lowering our flags to half-staff in memory of over 500,000 people just in the United States who've lost their lives. One way to honor them is through a hope for a better future. And looking forward, our goal is to become a city that leads the way through innovation, infrastructure, and a willingness to be open to new ideas. One out-of-the-box project that was brought to the city by the planning department and approved by the city council is the $1.78 million construction of 2 solar arrays funded by Scenic Hill Solar, which will provide power to our municipal buildings. Scenic Hill Solar projects an average saving of $67,000 per year. Even if they do not meet these savings estimates, as Sonny Bell says, it is the right thing to do. We will become an example not only to our community, but to our region. The current 2021 city budget as approved is $13.5 million. Committed capital spending during 2021 is budgeted to be $4.7 million. A total of $2.4 million in new capital expenditures and improvement costs have been budgeted, with a $2.3 million in expenses carried over from projects that were delayed due to the health emergency in 2020. The highly anticipated Highway 10 spur sidewalk development, mostly funded by the Highway Department, and the 10 spur Highway 71 stoplight are scheduled for installation this year by RDOT. Another design that has been in the works that will finally be going up are our wayfinding signs. One on the west entrance to Greenwood at 10 Spur, and another on the east side of town on Highway 10. They will direct our visitors to our attractions and educational facilities. And I didn't have it in my notes, but thank you, Michael and John, for donations to some of those signs. I appreciate that. Last year, the Parks Commission approved the purchase of 19 acres to expand Bell Park. A master plan for the expansion, which includes amenities such as a splash pad, skate park, disc golf course, and an outdoor education facility, is being considered. Notwithstanding the nationwide economic slowdown, our planning and building department saw an increase in the construction of mixed and multifamily homes since the City Council approved the R5 zoning for older areas in Greenwood. Our city continues to grow even with the limited amount of available land within our boundaries. One of my goals as mayor has been to attract new businesses and retain the companies that we have. I'm excited to see local entrepreneurs like the Cup Runneth Over, Rub 'em Tender, Lead Valley Gunworks, not sure how to pronounce this, Shalongo's Taco Grill, I believe it is, and franchises such as Waffle House open new ventures in our city, especially during the current economic climate. That's saying something for Greenwood. Corporations are also reinvesting in our community. Subway shut down for several weeks for a remodel that will soon be open with a drive-through window. Arby's has plans to do a remodel this year. Another promising development is the upgrading of older buildings within the city, which will reinvigorate our town square and downtown business district. Exciting to see that happen. Building infrastructure makes growth possible. We need to plan for and invest in our future. Last year, we completed the 71 corridor water and sewer project from Liberty Drive to Denver Street and crossing under 71 for the first time in our city's history. This will pave the way for the construction of Fire Station Number 3 and be a step towards expanding our west side economic corridor along Highway 71. On the east side, we are widening Mount Harmony Road to add a turn lane that will improve traffic flow at the entrance of the elementary school. Plans are being finalized to annex Greenwood Lake into the city. Who knew our lake wasn't in our city? The Parks Department will be making improvements to the boat ramp, parking area, installing maps and signs for trails, and adding our first ever public restrooms at the lake. And now on to my favorite subject. Since I came to office, this is traffic relief. The Trey Burgess Memorial Highway is officially listed on RDOT's Statewide Transportation Improvement Program, or STIP, which is a big deal. During 2020, the traffic relief bond, passed by a wide majority of voters in 2019, was successfully negotiated and closed. Our citizens voted to pay off the police station bond and use the funds for traffic relief. We now have met our obligation of $5 million to the state, which was a requirement for us to make it to the STIP. Currently, the highway bypass is estimated at $26 million. But as we all know, with any construction project, that will change. However, what will not change is our portion. One afternoon, I came to my office during the shutdown. An eerie peacefulness was in the air as everyone was sheltered in place and our businesses were closed. What would normally be the end of a busy school day with the roads packed with parents and students, all was quiet. I realized how fragile we are as people and how quickly circumstances can change. 2020 has taught us many lessons. What I learned is how much I love the city of Greenwood and you, our citizens. We are truly all in this together. We are what makes the city. Without us, it is simply empty buildings and roads. I am blessed more than ever to serve as your mayor, and my commitment to make our city better than ever was strengthened by the struggles of last year. Thank you again for letting me serve, and may God bless us all. Thank you, and I apologize. Lance one. Here, here. Official time?
20:55.
I was only a minute off.
Great job. If you don't have to stay for the rest of it. If you want to see what happens at the council meeting, you
Yeah, you gotta know what's going on. Thank you again for indulging me. Ashley, thank you. The next item on the agenda, actually I need to ask permission or ask council for consideration of going into executive session. That I can't do that. This is something that we need to take care of.
You have permission of the particular department.
Okay, it is the fire department that we need to discuss.
Hiring.
Hiring. Thank you. Hiring within the fire department.
I'll make that motion here.
A motion
Second.
and a second.
Mr. Terry? Here. Ben?
Good.
Baker?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. So myself and council will retire. Sorry, thought I heard somebody. Council and myself will retire to, let's go to my, we'll go through that door right there to my conference room. And give us, we'll be back ASAP. Thank you everybody for coming.
Hey there, how are you? So you guys
Oh, buddy. Told you we was gonna drag you into it.
Is that still on? Probably. Can you be here too on Friday? So I was sent out. Text. Do I have your email address? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll send you a copy of the notice. We're just going to meet to listen to Lee Johnson do a legislative report on what's happening in Little Rock on COVID, but it'll also give us a chance just to say, okay, guys, when's a good time to meet, or when's a bad time to meet, whichever. We want to get, Michael and I talked about, we want to get in the habit of meeting probably every other month. You know, no sense meeting if we don't have anything. If we don't get in the habit of it, we won't do it. Your business good? Your business good? Unbelievable.
Hey, how's it going? I had a 2215 was my guess. But Lance was only 5 seconds. What was it?
I was just fixing to lower more. I'm sorry? They said was because I don't know what it was. Like the ones that saw the
What's the call for? What's the call for?
Structure fire on the apartments on Denver, back behind McDonald's.
Yeah.
Did you just take it?
Oh, no, I had criteria. You meant 21? Drew had 22. I know.
Yeah, Lance said 21 as well. Yeah.
We all took bets at the meeting this morning, so I
Nice.
have them all written down.
So what part of that?
I was waiting for page 3, and it's on page, but I didn't broke up.
Gotcha.
I never heard the part I was saying.
Yeah. No, I messaged her and I was like, I did 2215.
Yeah.
Of course, he's a young guy. He's
Yeah.
quite 30 yet.
I get more off.
Broad daylight.
So they'll text you.
Fire department hiring.
70 years old and I'm disabled.
Yeah.
Your partner.
Anytime the sirens go off, almost
Any other trucks go, it's $100. That's just for the first hour.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hoping the second truck, so that's like
a lot of things.
Brilliant idea. It's been kind of like
That's all.
stuff. This is that.
How's water sewer hold up with the snow?
Yeah. We did walk down that way.
Yeah, there were at one point 7,500 reports got water. I think everyone, and I'm like, well, when I come out there, now 2,500.
Howdy, howdy, sir. Well, maybe he's hanging out and singing.
They said that.
So,
Yeah, it was you.
Do it once a day.
Can you do that? Okay. Yeah,
No problem, I have no problem now. Once a day. But if I know.
So I'm over at well, and I was really thankful because like my apartment is in the middle of the building, and then my pipes are on the backside are on the backside of my apartment, which is which is just totally inside of nowhere. It's the very middle of the building, and so I didn't have to worry about that at all. I was like, started today. Yeah, like I do like drips.
Which honestly, I can't like a gallon an hour, 10 hours, 10 gallons.
I gotta take off your back.
Everybody else was running big. My niece had it there, water ran every way. She said, "They froze up." I said, "Oh, we did a heater on it. Ready to shut off. She caught it right through nothing, just gone. Water operator, his froze. He's a whole
Yeah, no, I didn't even turn mine on to a drip because I was like, it's all internal. There's like, yeah.
So they're gonna try again tomorrow afternoon, like, we're gonna say we're gonna do
right across from us, we started
I don't bother, like, oh, I got
Oh, yeah.
Not what it's doing.
Oh, yeah. Because I'm asking the bus, and when I go, I was like,
They just couldn't ever explain it, or they just said, so, really think, you know.
this was us in the stars.
But I hated that because I was the voice they were all big songs, or girl coach,
And that was
so
how high it was on him. So,
you know, you can kind of attach to California.
First snow she'd seen.
no, she seems like we had snow.
We hadn't been down.
15 months.
6 or 8.
Oh, yeah? Well, this one's out of my truck.
Usually if it gets a quarter inch, it goes down. It's 6 to 8 inches down. We get 6 inches or 8 inches.
It's 3.5 hours.
Usually, you know, I can see quarter inch or so.
Well, they said this was the most, snow they've had since 1989. Yeah. Yeah. I yeah, that was good.
The water coming down, that's not even big.
Was that the storm? That's after the snow?
No, this is. I seen it where it's.
How bad was it,
I've seen it.
during the floods, yeah, was it the 1900s?
2000.
2019?
We have 300 gallons.
Normally, on these other smaller districts, full of coming off this wall is 4 foot high. This one is.
And it's been 40. Milk and
I saw this on TV and I thought.
well, I say
Crime they do.
Oh my goodness.
And they showed that can, they had a can. Here's still good. In Arkansas, we're water.
I actually put it on a and then there was a little bit of
He caught me. His name and everything.
How are you?
we're gonna be out there like 8 to 10. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my brain hasn't caught like her yet. I just don't keep stuff in my nose, but they were maybe start moving stuff out. I'll keep the girl there, but that's because someone at her house, I didn't know. But I would get some. And they got.
I gave him alcohol for lunch. And then I had a really bad day, a couple, like 3 days into it, I had a really bad day, and I was like, yeah, lots of Catholics at home. Oh, yeah. And this year, they had like apply your own ash.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You were like, well, I had a shop with house out here, and like, but you see her, when the gas company's like, turn over, I'm like, I did turn everything way down. Like, the heat was turned down like 60, and then we left that thing on like low at the shop, and he was going over, since he was in his house, was running, like, checking on stuff, which are all faucets, all the counters, or cabinets, and we only had one small, like, thing there. And, Travis came and patched it.
Yeah, and then
Our
taste
house
the smell thing.
It was pouring in the house for like an hour before they could get it.
He's here. He's here now, actually.
I mean, and I'm talking for them, still in the bedroom. They had to Corey immediately shut the electric off.
We
And
use
that happened in our house.
It was at,
And-
the conservative party.
And we finally got a hold of Larry Paget, they had to dig through 10 inches of snow to get it tool to even shut anything off. So we didn't have water for like a day. And then Travis,
It had
they're like,
strong
"Oh,
golden
you know,
cow
they're like,
vibes
"Oh,
for
no,"
me.
and I'm like,
Foreman and Duke Manufacturing.
I was super dehydrated after all that because I didn't drink very much.
She was out on the
Like,
road
that's
in
not-
different
and I'm like,
states.
I know, but
Contractor.
I was just trying to figure it out, you know?
Did so good with that, you know.
Well, I got that for
Yeah. Yeah, he lives in Greenwood.
Pitch it outside. Yeah.
Still doing good.
Well, somebody was calling on that one, you know, remember that time for my donation?
Yeah.
Well, statue, and I was like, that's
Remember everything. Huh?
Right before,
So on Thursday,
So, yeah, I texted my family, and she had
Oh, wow.
of course, she had
What is it now?
when she was out there with 20 minutes.
That says a lot, doesn't it? It feels good, doesn't it?
That time, I got it to right before, because he might not have been able to get there. She cleared on our street.
How many was it?
Across the street.
You talking about the high school part?
Yeah, the vehicle was in the driveway, which on that side of the street, there, and the next one is, right on the back.
Well, they're adding that new big building in the operating center.
That's what
Or
counts.
when they moved from junior high to
He
middle
was
school.
going, in our driveway. And almost hit the front end of the neighbor's pickup truck.
I turned around and said,
Yeah.
I still have my high school ID.
Oh, wow.
There,
Look at that hair.
I wasn't gonna go nowhere.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I remember that. Turtle races. I mean, that was an exciting time of day. Watching the turtle races.
I was,
Don't worry, my parents graduated in 81 and 83.
I'm not left
I
out.
got a big.
I was 70.
Class of 77 is going.
Nice. 09, so fine.
This was just, I think we had 477 in our class. That was packed.
We had 480.
That's the same.
Yeah, I guess they do. Because I heard this.
So I do CrossFit. And we had box
All of
jumps
these
the other
people
day.
talking are just,
And I missed the box.
all councilmen are talking, that's just about to start.
It was not fun.
Used to be like that too. Yeah, they've got an executive deal they've got to discuss, it's not public.
It's called an executive session.
Gave my granddaughter.
And you can only do that with
Since
like
they've
personnel.
since they've ever gone.
Not much you can do.
look at the
Pretty good
job.
at the moment.
If this was today.
Oh, that's
Personnel manager.
This is my granddaughter.
Yeah, but you have to come out.
It's so, the greatest
Till the
result.
results.
And I love this idea.
Six should be number one.
And only the city attorney can't go in there and hang
Seven, it's not about you.
Well, we were
Just you ever have a question?
And we don't dance like that.
We don't dance at all, we're bad.
it always looks that way.
Yeah, I know, we've seen this,
Freedom of information. Can't violate it. Bad
If you swim, you know, that's fine, just don't, but no. This was in 62 or 60.
Bailey
No,
Water.
I'm doing it right now. So I love
Water pays on their 2060, I thought.
I was a back row, but back
Oh,
right.
I'm a pro.
Oh, yeah, he won.
I'm like,
No, I'll be here.
Really, really well.
I make it that long, and I right down there.
My mom would not allow my next door neighbor, an older guy,
Somebody was holding up.
sitting playing cards.
Oh,
No,
Yeah.
get them out of the house.
get them out of the house.
Figurines, like little statues, couldn't have them in the house, you know, all
See,
that.
my parents were not strict like that.
6 feet.
But like my parents were the kind of people like me who joked about it. Like, oh, playing cards. Oh my goodness.
Last time I went to the hospital,
Tell them, you ready?
asking me all these questions, and they said religious affiliation. I said, I don't know. I said, I think if I go back, I'll probably be Methodist. And I was just kidding.
Yeah.
I was kidding. Well, I went back to the same hospital a year or two later, and they had me listed as had me listed as Methodist.
I love it. Well, I had a doctor like doing the intake question, all the intake questions. And he's like religious beliefs, and I was like, well, I believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and I like started laying out the gospel, and then he kind of looked at me, and I was like, Bible believing 5-point Calvinist. I said Bible believing 5-point Calvinist, and he was like, okay. I was like,
You probably lost him.
yeah, but it was funny because he was typing it in. I think what happened was he realized I was saying too much to type, and then he kind of looked at me, and I was like,
My sister became a Catholic and my mom almost did something. We were raised up, I'm not that way. In the neighborhood I was raised up in, I was a Catholic family. My parents probably didn't let me play with kids.
well, that's why it was such a big deal for JFK to become president. Because he was an Irish Catholic.
Also why I was assassinated.
I don't know about why he was assassinated. There's lots of reasons. Irish Catholic, for integration, like, lots of CIA, yeah.
CIA down play pigs. I've read some
Yeah,
books.
okay.
Have you ever read the prosecutor in Louisiana?
No, but I think somebody just recommended that to me the other day.
It is interesting as all get out. It's also really hard. His name was Garrison.
Is it the one that's like this big?
I don't think it's that big, but there were a whole lot of coincidences and things. I mean, he brought out a lot.
Yeah, my favorite thing.
Well, there was, if I think about it, I'll come up with some names. They actually tried a guy, and he was very wealthy. There was another guy who had something about he showed him. He flew lot planes from the CIA and stuff that he was involved in. The Garrison guy, he was a prosecutor in Louisiana. He staked his whole, he lost his, he staked his whole reputation. And chased this and chased this, and some of the facts that came out, it was just over the top. If you like to read,
Yes.
that's
Oh yeah, no, I know I've told you this. I have 900 employees, and I have an Instagram. Yep. I have an Instagram that is like, these are the books that I've read. Like, I post the books that I've read with a little like miniature review of it. So.
I'm like Sherry, Sam, they had to read War and Peace. So why'd you watch the movie?
The best book I ever read is about the sticking of South Korea by Emily Waldo. It's about the Lewis and Clark expedition. I mean, the first half of it was factual, and the second half was another conjecture. I'm not a big reader, but once I...
My master's degree is in literature, so I kind of have to be.
I'm a fan. I write short stories.
Yeah.
And I'll do that after vaccine. No, we just go morning. And then so we all talk about
I guess like this.
Then I wouldn't want to read it myself. I see where my wife was. I see black and white, and I kind of get lost, and after pages, then I'm half asleep. I don't see that. I wish I could. I'd love to be sitting there somewhere, you know, in a nice place, rain outside, I'd love this. All this stuff to do.
I'm kind of disappointed. Someone,
I think they're Tammy's.
if I could find something worth reading, I'd love to read it. I'm always listening. I like some of the John. Calico Joe, every corner he wrote, the research he had to do, unless he was such a really avid baseball fan, the research he had just was really overwhelming. There were so many imagine, well, I'm like, you're on something like that, it's more talented than that.
not what I usually do.
Yeah.
Because I'll wear lashes.
I would love to do that, but after writing newspaper articles all day, I really don't, I just don't understand it after I get off work to write more.
I read entirely for information, and at the end of the day, I'm tired. I want someone to entertain me.
It's a bunch of different labels and
All that happened before I took.
Yeah, I have plenty of ideas to write. It's just, like I said, I just don't have the bandwidth.
I know it's
Sit
like
down and write words. After I've spent 8 hours a day sitting down writing words.
Well, they're already good.
Yeah.
It'd be like,
So now, see what I'm saying?
I appreciate you.
Do you need any golf balls? Do you need any golf balls?
They should, I mean, Belle, Teresa, especially my wife bought me something. I had played
My attention was
over the Iron State out there, the water plant.
because I worked for I didn't realize.
Yeah. Because,
It's called the Black Creek, whatever.
No, I'm talking
so, yeah, so I live on the lake. I live on the golf course
That's
side.
terrible, because
And so I
everybody
just pick up
says
the golf balls.
if you ever sit up there, because you go forward, they're gonna know it's you, but if you go back, I wouldn't live there, just
I like
hit
it.
the cars.
No, actually, because you've got, so the way it's laid out, have you been there at all?
I've never played it.
Okay, so the golf course is in the middle, and then you've got 30 buildings on both sides. So like, unless somebody is hitting it
Well,
like
I'm just
way,
saying,
way off,
you know,
cars are not.
if you use a long iron, you know, they could, because now it's right here. Now, if you're using short iron,
But you would have to hit it over a 2-story building.
short iron's gonna do it. I've seen people that, I've seen kids, I had a driveway. It don't work, man.
But yeah, it was really funny because in the 3 months, I can, yeah, my dad offered to bring me my clubs at some point. But obviously, left-handed, need my left-handed. I can't just borrow somebody's clubs.
Tiger Woods is, no,
No, Phil Mickelson.
he's right-handed.
Is right-handed, but golf's left-handed. Yeah. He also throws like a baseball one.
Does he?
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Oh yeah.
Tiger is field this one.
See, and Freddie's a good home life too. So like Tiger has the crazy.
Tiger, if he
What the crap?
he would have just been a problem. But after he get married again.
Yeah, and then he cheats on her and then gets divorced and now he's, yeah.
If you're rock and roll, they send that.
Yeah.
Not, not pure
Well, golf is a gentleman's sport.
They did it for president.
Yes.
Yeah, I looked and I thought, you know, this is ridiculous. He's gonna break all his records, not even trying to.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
that's
love
the
this
thing,
song.
he didn't.
No.
That's stupid.
Yep.
But then, after he came back, he created a place that he couldn't keep up with. Everybody wanted to be by him so bad, they had to pick up their pace. And once they got there, they couldn't come back to it.
Yeah, for you.
I used to love to watch it.
It's not just a
The
public
last day,
document, of course, all our
my wife would watch it.
Yeah, the only reason I asked you for
Sit there watching golf for 30 minutes, you know, whole thing.
Well, I used to, we lived, for 3 years, we lived in North Augusta, South Carolina, which is just across the river from Augusta, Georgia. And so we lived 30 minutes. Sorry?
Your dad in the military?
No, my dad, he was a pastor, and then he's an engineer. Like, so he was a mechanical engineer. He was a mechanical engineer. We moved for him to go to seminary. And I know we were pastors for a little bit. Then we moved back for him to be an engineer again. No, so I went there for my master's degree. I was never around my American. And so we lived in, yeah, so we lived in North Augusta, well, we lived just outside of North Augusta. And so, yeah, so it was like 30, oh yeah, it was like 30 minutes from Augusta National. So, yeah. Yeah, you don't get to play there. You have to be insanely rich or literally have a green jacket.
He's like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, unless you have if you have a green jacket or you have an insane amount of money, you can play. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm built actually for Las Vegas.
Oh, really?
That's what some of those white. Right here, I sweat so much that I feel like I'm built for it, but I was like, I'm weird. I like it. Yeah.
Well, it's so funny. Well, that's how DC is too. Like everybody's asking you for money, but you learn to ignore them. And so now here, there's like 5. And it's so funny because people are like, there's so many people on every corner, and I'm like, please.
So it would have been right after that.
We literally
said thank you, but that took him like a minute and I recessed, so.
Yeah, but okay.
7:21 is what time he started on the state of the city, so what?
Yeah, I live in Union Station. I lived there, I lived 2 blocks from Union Station.
So we do like 7:43.
We drove around, it was like cars. I
I mean, it was like right after. He said like, thank you, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, they were this far apart.
Oh, yeah.
It was crazy.
No, you learn how to get in and out of those spots. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we went over there, we went to some bars. Should be in there. So we were early. Yeah, you go to these bars, you better be in that neighborhood.
Well, yeah, they're gonna know if you're not.
Well, we'd always go to, I can't remember the name of it, it's on the corner. I call it, it's a term.
Yeah,
There's one right next to it.
yeah.
I got the annual food processor.
Oh, yeah, I have that, I love it. I take that as yeah, I mean, I use that for like, compliance and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The other one is just for,
Well, they were redone.
oh, do you?
You got the one that does that.
Oh, yeah. I have that other one, but I like that. The round one that was like $50. Yeah. And it's white, but I use of how he advertised,
Turns
yes.
out,
Now, he
everywhere
advertised,
around
it's
here,
a
still
long
just
time.
got
But the vegetables do cost more. Yeah, we use that for onions and like celery for like chicken salad.
Billy goat.
Or sometimes I'll throw a bunch of almond ingredients in there, chop it real quick, and then they'll just toss it in the rice.
And they got night looking perfect. Look on the wall, they're standing there for it. That's where they got the cheeseburger.
I love all this vegetables.
Chips. Coke, nope. That's where they got the skit from.
And then I got one of those scrapers.
Oh, yeah.
I'll hold peanut butter and jelly stuff for the boys. We're talking about pampered stuff. I got. Did you not order anything?
Oh, yeah. I loved it there. I would have never left.
And, you know, Furry, American Museum, the Natural Museum, and the Air I want to see stuff, you know, and did they have one thing?
I cannot imagine not.
A remake, I mean.
Did you say your tax
I want to see something with flu, I want to see.
Then you must have followed Rob
Main
there.
Spirit of St. Louis,
Okay, so
Mayor
two
said.
things. Library of Congress.
I've never been there, and that's where I would, I would love to.
Because I heard that people that follow Census, like you're usually
Two, African American history.
So what you'll get,
I haven't been there.
It's new, but they have a lot of stuff.
See, we went to the,
And the Spidey's is awesome.
to me, I didn't care for it because it was just a business.
You didn't go to Geneva.
Oh,
The new one is,
there's an old business.
yeah, the new one is awesome.
Is it business or is it actually a museum?
It's a museum.
Oh, see, I would love that.
Yeah, it's like, you get a little, and you like tap it on various exhibits, and you get to interact. And then at the very end, it tells you how good the spice is. So, yeah.
they were, I told you, she thank you, by the way. Because they were gonna
And
go
you
on
just
all
needed
the
to start,
things.
but it's just all,
Because we didn't have to bring
here's
in.
what you should, here's what it would have looked like.
Yeah, so that
Okay, you had
one,
to do
there's
like,
one,
he says, well, I was looking on
that
the
one,
too,
there's,
so after that, I can't take it.
you get a
I said, do
ton
not bother her.
thing, so you get a passport of someone, okay, so you did that.
We got in and it felt like you were in a car, and the very first was pretty cool, and then you're
Is that
just
when
like,
he was,
and granted, it's really good reading. It's all.
yeah, because they told me, well, he was called to see, I said, I'm sorry, I'm going to
But
he did,
if I had to say my favorite,
I was like, I feel totally bad.
it's just, I love the butterflies.
But, last night,
Library of Congress is my
I
jam.
tell you what, this last time I went,
I had to close out 5 hours.
like 5 or 6 times.
But you can imagine it's a little bit longer than I wanted, because I'm in there trying to do these things and talk to them. And they're like, every 2 seconds, they're like, we're gonna squirt straight cheese in your face.
Trying to stop, it's running hard.
Right.
They made me give Jake his medicine.
Yeah, oh, so you went and talked to your senator?
I felt bad for
I'm
him.
telling you, I got over there, and my vice president at the time, president,
Yeah,
my vice president, he's great,
okay,
like second and third grade.
yeah.
I told him everything he's gonna do, so much
I'm in top, seriously.
He told me.
Hey, that sounds good.
I don't know that, but anyway, I did talk to him,
That's pretty good.
and I was impressed. Now, I don't read all the things. I talked with him for 30 minutes.
He's opened the insert mouth quite a few times in the
Well, he
last
has
year.
done that.
In the last year.
I noticed he does something because he started to do something. Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah.
But I came in,
And,
he hadn't seen
I am really proud of him and Wilma. For, like, because both of them, well, both of them seem super partners. And, both of them doesn't seem as part of
he's on
it.
some committees that are very hard.
Yeah, and that's what I appreciate about him. But, I was super proud that Cotton and Wilma did not that he tells the results of the election. I was like, I'm gonna tip my hand and get some hot I can lose back 7 the election is not. Like, I'm very much, I'm not a Democrat, I'm a Democrat. And so, it is really like, since I've been here, I've been accused of being a Democrat twice, and I'm like, I'm not a Democrat.
No, he was talking about me.
So when Trump was nominated as a Republican,
I did sleep for about 2 hours.
I was like,
That's what it's been doing.
yeah, see, I did.
Because there were 16 others that got paid.
Yeah, see, I don't have no problem with people knowing that I did it for money. But the thing is, I wasn't voting for Biden, especially on the
Oh, yeah. That's gonna be so hard for you.
I couldn't remember names when I was young. Anyway, I don't care what you borrow. No, as long as you're not too old.
Yeah, so I
Charlotte's like, I can wrap this thing up in 10 minutes and he'll get back.
I answered all, like, there's something questions. And you rate
You're all, listen,
and
no,
then
listen.
it tells you, okay, you are such percentage with this person, such percentage with this person.
Yeah, it's
And
been cool
then
because he's been.
here's your, like, super important issues to you are important to them, not important to them, or like, and issues that aren't important to you are important to them, and it ranks that with you so that you can see who you should go with, like based on your beliefs, without having to do every single one of those. And so that's what I do every election. And it goes as depending on your region, it can go all the way down to the local level. Okay, I go for religion, I don't go party. Like the first time I voted, the wrong election. And I voted straight Republican because I didn't know it. I was like, oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, and so it's like, oh, yeah.
She said,
You don't have to read them.
she said,
Squared and made it if you try.
and basically, we had the same thing.
He never said anything bad.
No, and the fact that, like, if you look at his swearing in, and you see Jackie, do you see?
Oh my God. He's not gonna take 2 tomorrow, he's gonna take 1 today. That's not how it works.
When he said to me, obviously this is well before my time.
See, everybody always says that.
Your second trip his experience with Jackie right next to him, still wearing the dress and his and he has this smirk. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, good.
Oh my goodness. Like a puppet show?
Yeah.
I bet he had control to do that.
Well, Well, so the average length of an empire is 250 years. America is 250 years. And I'm like, we only got 6 years left.
Two things. Is Elvis still alive?
Yep.
I guess we could have a singing.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I saw it. The camera's still rolling.
I like one.
The camera's still rolling. And I want to call it 2:13 on the
Yeah, we're talking buddies.
The Smithsonian's house?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
A lot of stuff and I went to Spike Museum, I thought,
So I had a research shelf there. So I had a research shelf there, where you can get a library card and then you can reserve a shelf where you send books to the shelf. And yeah, no. Like you send books to the shelf that you're researching. So like I'll request a book and say I wrote my thesis on a Shakespearean theater. So I had books on the Portuguese theater that I requested from the library, and they put on the shelf so that whenever I went into research, it was on that shelf. Yeah, while I was there. Yeah. So I was able to go in and do my research, like whenever. I know, right?
Someplace I didn't but I was standing there and I didn't really know where. Nothing to say your walls. And I stood there. I realized I was thinking very proud. And went through there for nothing. I didn't I've been stood over everybody except for everyone after that. It's stood on the threshold.
They let us not real fashion day, so we only have to.
There's a guy who's standing by the shirt this big. He had a machine gun. I said, you know,
yeah, you might want to. So I went to a
Oh, you know that you do. I got one.
There's Westminster Avenue.
wow. See, I'm not there long enough to do that. We get like a half a day or something. Most of the day.
Yeah, so we went, so I was on a study tour when I was in undergrad. And we went to Westminster Avenue. And so there was one place that we went up to where all the kings are there. And we went up in there, so like Richard the Lionheart is buried there, Henry is buried there, and all that. And so there were these seats. They had like velvet on them.
Was over everything finished on your house? Charlotte said she wanted it too. Oh, did you pause it? Okay, good. Yeah, no, I wanted it on. I wanted to show.
Yeah, so. And so it's like velvet seats and all that stuff. And so there's two.
But I mean,
And they were like, this is where the majesty and the consort sit in these chairs. Like they pull out these chairs when weddings happen, certain events happen, whenever, well, which is now, whenever the Queen and Prince Philip come, they pull those chairs out, and the Queen and Prince Philip sit on those chairs. And
Just sit on your
I did. Well, it was really funny because
and it doesn't mean anything to us to me.
yeah, it was really funny because we were already like, the school activity, regular tours did not get to go up into the, we had a special connection. And then I asked the tour guide, I was like, can I sit on? And he was like, and he goes, like, yeah, he just like, it's like this 90-year-old Joseph. Yeah, and I was like, yeah. And so it was really funny. I was like, can I sit on? And he's like, and so I sat down and I was like, okay, so whose chair am I sitting on? And he looked at it and he was like, well, that's got the seal, so that's the chair. I was like, and somebody asked after me, they were like, oh, can I sit on it? He's like, oh no, that's not. So I was like, well, it was really funny because like the reason that those chairs were up there they were because they were ghosted. And so the fact that we were even able to see the chairs was incredible. And then like
and work for me for free, to get him elected, he did. I mean, I've gone underground
where all the underground tunnels are.
Oh yeah, we went many times over there, and it's so hard to get into. It's about like a maybe hard. So once you get into it, so once you get in, you anytime you see one they're down below and they're in the tunnel, and there's one but anyway, we go across there, and then one time we took us, you go on the conference elevator, you get on the little subway.
Yeah, little train.
Go over there, back up through there, and walk down.
I had no idea that was He said so weird.
We sometimes coming that way that have pictures from all the states, hand drawn and stuff like that. And I was in there.
Did you grow up in the monuments? The monuments, Washington Monument?
I never had time for that. I wanted to, and it was always there, but it was always closed.
Well, it's reopened.
The last time I was there.
They've completely redone the elevator, and now it's open.
Yeah, the last time I was there, they did. I just didn't. I always don't see that at the end. I see that 5, 6, 7, 8 times.
World War II Memorial is my favorite.
I like Vietnam too. But World War II is good because you can go over there and once you walk in, you can't see anything further. So they did that on purpose. I like getting in the trolleys because you get in the trolley every time. I was going the streets on video. I thought, hey, so I go over there and it's like $30, $40 for 2 days. Then I learned 20 minutes. If you don't have a good one, get off, wait for the next one to get on. And all kinds of
Oh, yeah. Well, it's really funny because like I would hear them as I'm walking places. I would hear their things. So
it's good. Some of them are funny, and I don't care for that.
Yeah.
So they got ripped out.
I enjoyed going around all the little tunnels.
You said you can't do that.
March 1 is, that's great.
First, there was the city you see on TV, which was in old fields. And this is what it was one of the old ones that they used in movies after they got the new one. This was the first one. And you just forced that you could. Ranking who understood that. Turns out this guy on that side championship here for that. like White House, you got to pay for 6 months. You take the phone, key
I
it.
said, nobody took charge of it.
You take the phone if it's on your phone.
When shortstop, 12 feet past it,
Anyway, then I went to the
That's just the house stuff, just saying.
wind still pushing on the camera.
Oh, we got the money. Well, of course, we just missed and then one day we came out of the elevator.
Well, I mean, if you watch, see, like, I knew that was true because there's like staffers at my church.
Oh, really?
And so I knew that was true, but then, but.
Take your chair, I'm sorry.
They actually, one of the funniest parts of the January 6th was that they found the candy desk and they raided it, and I was like, yeah, well, they found it and they raided it, and I was like, and I was like, that is the only good thing that has come out of this.
We were out there once, got off the elevator, and I thought, Lord, here in the city, you can tell the ceilings were so high. We were going to see one guy that used to work for National Rural Water, and he was the big guys up there. So plus we're going to see if we can catch Tom. I know, we did there. I was looking for some reporters are mobbing this lady, and I realized that she just got me on Census, so they just right there. Here comes Tom. Of course, I was president, and I had the first vice president, second vice president, not this tall. I was sitting right next to Tom.
That's hilarious.
It was sweet.
But it's neat.
I want some.
We had national, we got offices here, and you go out this balcony, it's just the word. Here's where you need to be. We've got it all covered from here to here. Really nice.
Yeah, I went to, when Billy Graham was
Because I wanted a grilled chicken salad from there.
when Billy Graham was in the Capitol.
Oh, yeah.
I went and saw him.
We're gonna have the only Waffle House in USA closes at 9 o'clock.
Is it like gonna be 24 hours?
No, it's not.
If it's not 24 hours, I'm gonna revolt because there are times that I leave this place and I'm really hungry.
Oh, you're talking about waffle?
Yeah, well,
I know. When are they gonna be open?
Pretty soon, they said that if they started construction in February, they started waffles in May. They started construction in the 1st of January.
Yeah.
so maybe April.
Yeah. We took my children.
7th or 8th, somewhere like that.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start. I might have my office at the house.
It's nice too.
My mother,
They have their plan
my
now.
mother died when she was young.
They're not experimenting.
And that's what granddad did. She made me
We're in executive session. How was the fire?
Looked like the lady in charge of
Yeah.
married.
Kitchen?
I thought, she's strict.
Yeah.
I didn't lose my pictures on my other phone.
Grease fire?
There's one. Dimension. That's the only one. And the lady came up and said, there's painting on back of it. She said, you.
Oh yeah, he would paint multiple times.
She said, you paint? She said, well, I think those islands just had to be done with single screen. It was incredible. My wife leaned against it. Man, get on the wall. Siren had to go off.
Fix the policy, man.
So this is my oldest nephew.
No, it's not one of them. Do what people tell me you want.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then there's
Is it really that hard?
second one.
Cobblestone Hotel.
Now I'm busy.
Kim,
There's the niece.
go in there.
We're talking about young
I
folks.
just texted them and said,
Did you really?
she texted them.
She's 18 now.
Oh, wow.
I'm glad it was you.
Yeah, really. I can get away with that. All I said was
I
seriously,
didn't have hair very much back then.
that's the kind of stuff he does to me.
Oh, this is, you'll find this is fun. This was when, this was 2 weeks ago, it was snowing and like -12 degrees.
Big city policy, small town guy.
We should have taken it.
Oh, come
Well, it's really good.
I was like,
Yeah, really.
I don't care who you guys are.
What's the picture that haven't thrown down the phone? Hadn't lost it.
Social distance.
Slogan hadn't changed.
Show you what
But I went back to the
when you know how you take photos, kind of everything.
Yeah.
Every time the mayor called, I cut everybody out. That's what I see.
Yes.
He's got.
I love it.
Yeah. Joy not having to pay electric bill on using this.
People don't realize that.
All right, how long do you think they're going to be in there?
Sometimes short. I wouldn't think they're a big deal.
My brother-in-law's a photographer, and so he takes my headshots. This is my favorite one. This is my favorite.
Trying to get
But this is the one that
I went to go get you something, didn't I? You did. I got distracted by the boys.
the other sort of person.
I know. I'm like, the other one's my favorite, but this one's the best.
Fort Smith. Where did I see it? But when they go to the it was just one.
He's not that tall, but he looks
A short people gets George Cosby on the back.
Or outside. And I mean, they know. We're the best. We're the best bang in the buck. On 4 seasons.
Oh, right.
I'll tell you about his wife. She gave money to
Clear day.
her sister
You can sing out
South
magazine.
America. Good kid, bad.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Wow.
But he looks like 3.
It's just like one of those, rough, we just need.
Yeah, he's always telling me, watch this. I stand there and I think
A bride's family would bring them.
I go there and say, can you show me some stuff?
Even if the bride. Ready? I know. That'd be hard.
I got down there. I said, now, are you going to get real mad when I hit you? You know, I said, sometimes you got to get to be friends with them. Big show you
Just look what you need, or make a copy, or bring it back to Danielle whenever you need it.
Pictures they want moved on the phone, they got about half of it quit. So I just got to download
I just think I would stay on
Kept on the phone,
maybe not
charged
full.
it for that reason.
But I would say the majority of the time here in Greenwood. Especially in little cities.
Yeah, we have a,
If for no other reason, it's only churches, family get-togethers, weddings.
down the street over by McConkey.
I mean, but it's not just football season, it's basketball season, it's track season, it's every season.
What do you think about this market is doing, train good, captain?
You would.
I just thought, sorry, back running from the door, I thought,
That's why break in, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
you look at your bad for me. You got 2 phones?
This is my work phone.
I used to have 2 separate.
Yeah. I just got tired of I just got tired of random people that I was calling for articles, having my personal subject number.
You know, I remember.
Now, if I worked for the city and I wasn't calling random people all the time for articles, I wouldn't mind.
And I've got to have this, I can't go back. Take some calls.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, I wouldn't mind if I was in any other line of work. I wouldn't mind anybody having my phone number, but I call random people for newspaper articles that I'm never gonna talk to again. And I don't want them
Do
having my
that star
phone
thing,
number.
it's too much of a hassle. Yeah, we used to carry.
That's all.
First, had a bag.
Yeah, way back in the day. Yeah.
And then, I still got it. Like,
Yeah.
and I take it out to my granddaughter. And I can call, and then I can call the phone and the city phone. And her, she had like 100 minutes, so I could call her 5 minutes, 5 days a week, 4 weeks.
Yeah.
But you lose every minute. And then it got weird.
Nights and weekends.
Yeah, then we got extra stuff, we saved some minutes in pools. I don't use them, but most of them were from me to one of the guys, which didn't cost it. And then they just got it ordered. I turned it on once going to Fort Worth because it took me a different way. And I thought, oh man, I'm lost. I had to leave it on the whole time. Everything was free. Used to, if you went out somewhere and got your Canada, someone would bill you $75 for 2 minutes on the phone. And now, my parents would go out, they go to just around the country and they'd call at night. Okay, great, we're here. Of course, now you just think it's are you getting it? Oh, okay.
We got a friend coming back from Africa. And she's giving us updates.
What does she do?
She works with refugees. She works with a,
That's just scary with all the bad people over there.
she works with a company that does clinics and stuff for refugees all over the world. So she's actually spent the last 60 days in Sudan.
After seeing that girl that got saved, but it's amazing she got saved. It's amazing they just killed her first 3 seconds. My electrician, he goes down to then he goes down to where the front people and preaches them. Her dad was one of those came back. Whatever you need.
A window in the closet.
Oh, yeah, big double window, because it was a bedroom.
Well, like, so I really should have moved it to the bottom of the kitchen.
So they have to appoint 3 for something?
Well, and we have a council member who's assistant county. So that's kind of a conflict deal that they check on.
Oh, I remember those, yeah.
Yeah, he was on both.
Drafted that letter, and I Well, I'm gonna be out of town tomorrow. I'll tell her to email you the draft.
I read, man, I love the layout of it.
Yeah.
I'm in the apartment.
Well, that's what I put in there.
Yeah, they're not far away. It's got all the apartments. So I feel pretty safe when a tornado comes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, my elm tree in my backyard is on the road. Kind of jarred me out of my sleep one night. So it's a good sturdy building.
I didn't realize this.
It's got a real
I represented him
real.
25 years ago, but he has. Well, he was
Or I guess it's supposed to be dining room, but because it's so big, it's in there.
Today, he's got October walks
I've got one end of the living room, just my bookcase, it's kind of like my miniature library, but I like being able to get into it, and then to the right, as you come in, there's a big island, kitchen's on the other side, where there's all this counter space, but you just jump in, put it right there, you go around the house, it's really the kitchen there, it's right there. I didn't have to wash your drawers, we have a laundry room, so I'm using that space as the closet space.
talked about that. Our stuff's almost a
It's the one with the black and they rent tuxedos. They have a nanny. Yeah, I didn't know it was really nice. Make it out live. It's supposed to be gated. Fence all around. In the back, 6 feet not long, they hop right, Mexicans hop right over there. One leg, sleep on my little sawed-off shotgun next to me. You can't bring that That's one of the criteria that I use to pick the crime.
I'm surprised they bought it. I said, I'm surprised they got bought it.
All those blue states and those blue cities, they're all
So we're done, and then I'll probably go home and write up the state of the city.
The text me, I'll look at the text. Oh, look.
I haven't, like a copy of it. Yeah, no, I don't have a copy of it. Well, I'm not gonna type it. I'm just gonna write an article. Write an article.
I'm gonna be here all week. That's late.
It's kind of like, hey, this is what you. Yeah, and that way, I can say like, this is what you focused on, this is what you said. Here's some context.
Yeah, well, at rural Sacramento, but one in San Diego. She keeps just the curve, but they're both wrong in 2016. My oldest granddaughter made the announcement that she was sick.
Oh, no.
Years later.
She just brownie face council members coming.
Running back. Blood back.
They were happy it was moving. They would only invite me down for breakfast, and then they would tell me when to come and when to come home. Yeah, so I really didn't think it past the middle of the state is not best, but, you know, the north of the state, that's where had no it's a valley. Oh, you know they've legalized all those. And even if they I'm trying to recall every day it's so well, because I keep up on the bills that they're taxes and that. Trusted sources that actually
Oh, mine is, yeah, mine's just asking the state for a resolution for the Yeah, no, I haven't listened to the speech. And I always read right now. The ones in the mix are the rest. Marcus Richmond. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, most girl pants are straight leg or skinny now, so it's easier.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be riding the weather. Lindsay
And insurance for
and Alma.
a lot of people from up there.
Right on, horseback right now,
Sorry. Oh, like, you
my
don't,
wife
when
always
you
says,
said,
you going riding tonight?
when you said who, I was like, I don't know her.
Because right now,
What city are you?
Sorry, no, I'm going, you were commenting on my food.
And Susan
So
said,
like,
don't like that, but
you
they're
know, I said,
trying to remedy that.
yeah.
But I said, I to save money.
Yeah, well,
see where I'm at.
well, you're talking about boots, and so I was like, well, I'll be wearing them tomorrow to go riding.
I didn't know.
Which disabled lady.
So she has apples. Yeah.
I used to go to the house, the barn, and stuff, when we didn't have
Anybody comes.
the one that 5 years ago come back.
Yeah. So,
Because it's a pump
so
action.
well, one of them that I was riding,
Take the shell out.
the first time she and I went riding, was, he decided it would be fun
They guarantee I'll take something with me.
to trot from about 5 feet away, go straight into a trot towards the barn that had a timber overhang, and the overhang like comes right up to the barn. And also, and he tried to take me, and I was like, this is not good. So I just like, I was riding, I just squeezed my legs and bent over.
I was doing this, I was gonna say, this guy had a long limb, and I could he couldn't win, and he was having to do what I said. And we got to, he said, we got to push up, we need to run. I said, okay, run it.
Yeah.
So I did. Well, after that, he got a little tired. Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
We had one parents took in trades, or rent house, and they sold it. And they wrote it. Never had monthly bucks. So about every time you got on, they didn't write bucks.
Oh, I love girls.
Not turning, but all of a sudden,
I mean, I'm
boom, it's like, wow, it's like a race car, and I went right through there. I'm grabbing.
I emailed you the state of the city in case you wanted it.
Oh, thanks. Did you overhear him?
No. Of course I have it. I have everything.
She is. I got it.
Arlen was my neighbor.
You want it? Do you really?
One's living back there. Little old man about next to them.
Or you can send it.
His name is not Jeff Cross.
Fitzgerald. Come on, Fitzgerald. follow the street.
First day,
Yeah.
you never get it back. But I can tell you one word, you can get it. I didn't even know how to spell it.
And I'm like,
Like, what?
like everybody's got to do it. And they don't know.
Okay, got it.
Well, I got some great.
Well, Drew is my middle name.
Mouth on
Caroline, and his middle name, and neither one that I
go to the hospital and skin grafts, so they're just.
It was really funny because, you know, in school, everybody's like, never telling you my middle name. I'm like, everybody knows my middle name.
I didn't know mine. In fact, someone
They get that fight or flight.
Vivian Sue.
Yeah.
I don't know her middle name. It made me feel bad. Someone said, "What's her birthday?" I have to think. Her Social Security. I got it.
Oh, yeah? Well, my mom is funny because her birthday is 12/22/62. So that's easy to remember. And then,
I'm born in
okay, so March 13th.
My mom was the eyes. I would have been on the same day, but
I got a screwed up arm.
they were building a pump. They were just using a guy to stick dynamite where it worked.
Oh, I said tennis.
But I came in there.
Yeah, that'll do it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so I said, what do you
Yeah, it was funny. One of the guys at church, he was like, I was born on Flag Day, and I was like, June 14th, and he's like,
wow. I couldn't remember. I got in there. Everything had to be It's getting very close to Florida.
And then there's some other kind of grass something ball.
They bought that.
Oh, this, yeah, I
That's why I'm saying, because it's going to smell that, having that, I go in there and smell all the inside stuff. I used to tax ID number, $20,000 wholesale for during Christmas time. It was what used to work for Christmas. We bought all my baby goods from Baby King. We get it for 50 cents. They sell it for $4.50. I sold it for $1. They got the same place. I got hair ribbons. Sell it for $4.50 and buy it. It's good. It's the same guy. You know, I mean, he's in Dallas.
Yeah, that's why when people, like, there are times that I'll go to Dollar General and get some food or whatever, and then, and people are like, what I food at Dollar General? You trust the food at Dollar General? I'm like, it's the same food.
Sometimes you go to the older.
Yeah, so what?
I was hoping.
Give me that.
And then I put, Small toolkit, there's $15. And I think that's where you got it, then you walk in the back, and I make more money than that than the whole front store.
Yeah.
Just around there.
Yeah.
It was just fun doing it, selling, I love selling, love buying stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're in. Are you gonna, on Friday?
Didn't like her, full of her.
That's it.
Okay, so Danielle's going to be quick. The mayor's last thing is agreement with so now we just got to convince Tom. Well, that's what they're doing right now. Yeah, but they'll say their decision. That's it. That'll be quick. Tom's favorite. Okay.
15.
That's gonna be quick.
I got one time they called me. Oh, really? And I was out the door. She said, I don't need you. And I had a lady before there.
And you're
I
like,
asked you.
no, this is you need to ask me this in person.
Did he say?
What are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, that is.
I've been doing this for 21 years. Meetings.
Yeah.
I recorded the first one
Wow.
with my own. I've been here 12 years.
Well, and that's the one thing is like, I know that the first one day of the month, I'm gonna have a long visit. And so like, so this morning, I didn't start working till 10 because I knew this meeting was gonna go long.
We got a meeting at 10, so I got it today, and I thought, well, someone then I'm gonna go take some stuff to Lord. I get here, I promised myself I would take an hour to come away from it. I had to come up with a building at 3.2 million. The guy building needs to square it. Yes, you want me to turn it on? Sure, how do you do that? He did. Maybe I'll turn this on. Sure, it's integral part of it. It's got to be on. It's return activity. But anyway, so I just started looking at my wife come with me.
I might have been asleep. They're texting me at 7:30.
Fixed it again. Fix the next one.
Yeah, I know.
That's super sweet. It's like it's just they just really don't know how to use I don't know what I want to do, but I'm not around there.
Yeah.
I wish I could just do that.
From here, pretty much
Yeah.
here.
Never know where you're going to go next.
Yeah.
Have you got any? places you want to live. Are you here today?
No, so I moved here, so when I graduated from my master's, I was applying for jobs in DC.
Hard to get.
Really hard to get. And was applying for jobs in Boston, in New York, in North Carolina, where my family is, in Tennessee. And then one of the pastors from my church in DC was called to take first steps to go to Trump. And so I added Fort Smith to the places that I was applying for jobs. And that was the place that I got a job. So I came down and with the added bonus of being able to help him out with his ministry. Then some stuff happened and then he was asked to resign from Fort Smith First Baptist. And so we planted a church. So we wanted a church plant in Borland, Chapter Crossing Baptist Church. Yeah, so, but you're more than welcome to visit us.
We got the old side. No, you're wrong. Air conditioner's not working.
Do something.
I married a guy that's one line is brown. His finger left is like brown. Y'all are her name.
You're only gonna see this one.
I mean, it's just where that's brown.
Once you guys start,
It's not embarrassing.
Yeah.
oh, I was 1,000 calls
And I
now.
couldn't see over here.
You was never out.
My dad, I just,
I got 100 people.
the first member is on there.
I just wanted to go that deep just to get like this.
That's all there is.
Because you don't see like that, those in the reach trying to make it 50 feet.
I'm not exactly what the guy was
Like I've got my computer, I'm like taking it down.
really snazzy, fancy restaurant. Expensive, friendship.
I guess I was just, you know, you can understand. I mean, I was totally disconnected.
If the shit came out, then that's when I winded down, he would walk by my face. Probably not delicious, but I like it. But over the things, just paying attention to him, I like to be
Chapter Crossing Baptist. It's in the old ERC building on the west side.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that the other day, about 10 times.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Lose where I'm at.
So our services are at 10 a.m. on Sunday mornings.
I got 3 other guys like my brother.
We found out another one.
I've got one with you guys think like Kevin's doing you never know her entire I've got videos sitting right up there. They're good to watch that.
Yeah, we've got about 90 members. And I would say probably about 150 come on the
That's when
Yeah, he didn't ask me to come.
What is she passing out?
And I was not like saying about it's just, this is where I happened to get a job and God opened some doors for me to come down here and
she was homeschooled. But her brother got scholarship for engineering, and she was one of the guys who went to shoot about 1:30. And she made that. She said, I get up at 5 in the morning.
we're gonna celebrate the day.
Well, she went to West Ark. She said, got some parcels down there. That's West Ark. She said, oh, I can't say because we can find her. She came in and said, anyway, so she had a,
Like you got up that.
she was gonna drop out of school and work while she was awesome. Married, I mean, she got married, they called her, became signed up for so for a long time, she said, I got a place. She said, she got her job on 200 things, 198.
I know, I would have got up an hour ago.
Some text is the very motivational speech you're killing mood out here. Very motivational speech, you're killing mood out here. Let's go. It's a little hush, there. 2 minutes after the text.
Oh, it sounded fun. Well, apparently they're still having a heated discussion. That way you can go in there and be like, oh.
Lots of times I would go there and it was like one machine
You're not smart.
You lost. Yeah, I can't get my text. It's been a while.
No, we thought that. We thought it was at 8:55 we were ordering.
That's yours.
And now for the State of the City address. Thank you very much. Our apologies to you folks. Thank you for staying. Next item on the agenda.
Do we need to do anything formal or is it?
We need to,
Come out of the executive
we need a motion to come out of executive session.
Got a motion.
Second. A motion second.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
McDaniel?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is number 2, fire appointment fire positions per ordinance 11-11.
All right, we're going to divide up some of the approvals. And the first thing we're going to do is, I've got five new firefighters that the personnel board approved. Jerry Tate, David Ozuna, Colby Swafford, Jacob Gillum, and Brooks Trotter. All of them been through the process, and we can get them approved, personnel board approved all of them.
I'll make a motion.
Second. Have a motion and a second. Let her get caught up on the names.
Yeah, I didn't catch it, but I'll catch it later on the recording. Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Ms. Powell?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then we're going to divide up the approvals. Personnel board, I made appointments, the personnel board approved my appointments, to be brought for the council for final approval. The first approval was the appointment to assistant chief of A.C. Brown to a volunteer position as assistant chief.
So noted that the position is different than, it is typically a paid position and.
Typically pay $3,000 a year, and this will not, there will be no pay.
Okay.
You make a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Ms. Powell?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
No.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Outstanding.
All right. That does not pass unless. Fails. There's only 3 yeses? Okay. Motion fails. So the approval was not approved, I guess. But then the approval.
Okay, next will be the appointment of Bob Dodd to captain.
Make a motion.
Second. I have a motion and a second on the captain's position.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Dennis?
Next will be the appointment to Randy Carter to safety officer.
Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion. Second.
A motion and a second on the safety officer position.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
And next will be promotion to lieutenant, Terrell Weaver.
Make a motion.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second on the lieutenant's position.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Abstain.
And Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Passes by majority.
And the last will be promotion to lieutenant of Justin King.
Make a motion. Second.
Motion and a second on the lieutenant's position.
AC, did you second that?
Yes.
And what position is it?
Lieutenant.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chief. Number 3 on the item, number third.
Can I introduce them real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry, absolutely.
Since they're here.
And they stay.
And they say, Justin King, who was promoted to lieutenant. Jared Cate, one of our new firefighters. He actually used to be with us. He's a full-time firefighter at Solid Springs. He went to a 2-on-4 off. And so he moved back to Greenwood. He just traveled back and forth for those 2 days. And so he's got back on the department. Dave Ozuna, it used to be a Greenwood Rural Fire Department. That's over on Hendricks Circle, and he's got on the fire department. Jacob Gillum, and Jacob was on the Greenwood Rural Fire Department at one time, is a nurse now. And then you have Bob Dodd, who was promoted to captain. He's been on the department for 17 years, something like that. And then Brooks Trotter. And, I'm sorry, Brooks has come to us from, he was on Riverdale and EMP Fire Department. He works as an EMT over at Southwest EMS. And by the way, he's a paramedic also, but then Kobe Swalker's the only one that's not here tonight, and then Randy Carter. And most everybody here knows Randy Carter. Where's Terrell? Oh, there you are. Terrell's not here. Terrell Meeker, who was promoted to lieutenant. Terrell's been on about 17 years, right? And he's a full-time firefighter at Fort Smith, and when he's not firefighting up there, he's down there helping us out. So that's our new firefighters and promotions. Thank you.
Welcome, guys. Thank you. I don't know, Chief told you you had to come to every council meeting. They're all just like this. No, you don't. They're not. Thank you. Welcome. Appreciate you guys. I would like to take this opportunity. I think it's a good time to introduce our newest police officer that I swore in just recently, Mr. Nick Ferner. We stole him from Morrilton. So welcome, Nick Ferner. Thank you for being here. Next item on the agenda is Human Resources, resolution adopting COVID-19 procedural policy.
So we decided we'd go ahead and, now that it's almost over, hopefully, adopt a policy for COVID-19, just so we have it on record for our employees in case anything were to come up. So we're just asking the council to adopt this resolution. And basically, it's just the directive that Dr. Johnson has given us since the very beginning. We've just been following his directives throughout this whole pandemic. And also lists in section 3 just the directives that the mayor has placed upon our employees.
So in section 3 what?
Section 3 is just the directives that the mayor has placed on the employees within the city, such as if you don't work in this building, you have to wear a mask upon entering. Only 2 employees are permitted in city vehicles at one time, and in order to return to work, they have to have a letter from their physician or test results. And everything else is information that Dr. Johnson has given us.
I would like to suggest that we make in that title that policy for City of Greenwood employees. City of Greenwood.
Okay, just add the word employees to the resolution title.
I think that's fine, just so somebody doesn't think this.
This is for every citizen within the city.
I mean, that's where you want it to go.
Yeah. I was wondering, should we call it the pandemic procedural policy so that we don't.
In case there's another something?
Yeah, I mean, instead of COVID-19.
The only, that is a good point, and that's okay. I just, if the directives will change, and then we always have the ability, as you know, to come back and talk about those directives. And I say that, like I know what I'm talking about. I would assume if it's a different.
It might have a different set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm good with whatever you want, but this was specific to COVID-19, these directives, so I just don't know.
I feel like they're pretty much going to be somewhat, there's going to be a quarantine process, there's going to probably be, testing, all that, I'm just saying. But again, it can always be modified too.
So your suggestion is to just remove COVID-19 and make it a pandemic policy?
To me, it seems more like that because it's kind of like, to me, after the fact.
That's what I'm saying, I mean, don't we already have the state directives to go by?
Yeah, we do, we just, and her was saying, what she mentioned, adding what I put in is citywide. I mean, we relied on Dr. Lee Johnson, as you can imagine, and he got, we know that that's where he got them from, but, I mean,
This is COVID-19 specific though. Pandemics are all kinds of different diseases, which thankfully we don't have to go through. We don't have time usually.
I think that probably makes a good point. I thought you had a good point until they talked.
Well, you can say COVID-19 related pandemic.
It just seems like we're doing it after the fact,
Well, but we don't know if it's really going to go away, like the governor's,
Well,
we're just having, we have it on file.
He's released all, things, today, I thought he released.
Not yet. I mean, some of it has changed, and some of it, we are kind of approving some, like the directives on the, some of this stuff is probably somewhat different. If Lee was here tonight, and he'll be here Wednesday, right? Friday, sorry, don't worry, I Wednesday. We could come back, I could come to you with a different attachment probably from now on.
We felt we should just have a policy, as some employees are questioning our directives and the mayor's decisions on trying to protect the employees.
Could you explain section B and C? It sounds to me similar.
B and C?
B and C in section 3.
In section 2, B and C.
Section 2. Right, so these are, section 1 and section 2 are exactly pretty much copied from Dr. Johnson's directives that he sent an email out to us. And so it is somewhat repetitive. I guess really you could say that we were just, that's what we've been going by this whole time.
We had fun explaining these every day.
Yes.
That's why I was going to say at the top, that information and parentheses provided by Dr. Lee Johnson, how much does that put him to?
He's,
Why do we not just have a resolution saying we follow all state health department recommendations?
I'm good with that.
I think because it was confusing to employees, right? You wanted something in writing?
Well, but you know, because things are fluid. I mean,
Right.
you know, they're one thing one week and the next.
Right.
That's what I said, you would be approving, the attachment is a living document, we talked about that before.
Arkansas State Health Department directives, you cover your bases with all of it. At the end of the day,
I'm good with that, we just thought we needed something.
We just thought we needed something on paper, so our employees could.
Hey, I'm happy with it, I'm not picking it up, I mean, at the end of the day, you still can say, hey, we're gonna do this extra extent here, I mean, that's.
Yeah, I mean,
you have the right to do that.
Sure,
so.
and that's why I put in.
We're gonna follow the directives, but I won't put a little twist on it because I want y'all to do this.
It's like any other state ordinance or state law, you can add to it, but you can't take away from it.
I like, Roger, it was by the Arkansas Health Department, and if you need to, we need to come back and tune it, we can.
I'm good with that, I don't have a problem with
I'm happy with the way you got it. I just didn't understand why we just made this statement.
it. Right, no, let's do that, let's do exactly as you're suggesting, and do away with the specifics, because again, they are ever changing. But that, I think that gives us that warm fuzzy feeling that we can say to employees, it's not as bad as it was.
I mean, you can go to the Arkansas Health Department and print the current guidelines, right? Just say, we're following Arkansas guidelines.
Well, but it doesn't state the whole 2 employees per city vehicle on it.
No.
That's
No, I would like to leave section 3 on whatever document.
Oh, you want to leave it like it is?
I'm not worried about this part of it. I think to his point, we can say that we're following guidelines or state guidelines. I want to leave section 3 as directives from this office.
And you want it to be one page with some directives in the body?
I don't know how that needs to look. Not really.
Because if you just leave section 3 and.
Well, we just wanted something on paper per se, you know, we have to follow our handbook that was already approved, and that's on paper. I mean, the rules are simply stated in there that these are what our employees need to follow, and so we wanted to have something on paper, on file, stating these directives that are going on right now during this pandemic. You know, as far as the employees in vehicles or employees having masks when they enter different departments and so forth.
And that's what the mayor does every day, though, is issue out directives. Employees are supposed to follow.
Yes, we were looking for support.
Yeah, you're looking for official policy.
Yes.
And it's up to the city council to pass an
That's
official
right.
Greenwood policy.
That's right.
Yes.
So, and I understand that, and if you need us to back you up, that sounds great.
And I'm not letting somebody talk us out of it, but it just feels good when you have support from the council.
I make a motion we adopt this resolution adding City of Greenwood employees in the title.
Second. So if we're going to adopt that whole thing, or are we just going to do as state and then just add section 3 as a section 1? I mean, that's what I was hearing. We're going to follow the state guidelines and just keep section 1 as section 3. That's the only thing that we're really going to add to it. We're going to follow state guidelines.
Well, these are basically state guidelines. It's just providing additional clarity to what the state guidelines say. So I'm fine with this as it is.
Okay, if you find additional clarity, then you're gonna have to help declare a couple things then on section D of part 2. And it says, may end quarantine after 7 days if you test negative on the 5th day after contact. And
Wait,
so,
where are you at?
on the top of page 3. I was just curious, when it says, if you test negative on the 5th day, is that, that means, are you tested on the 5th day and then you're waiting for the results? It's usually going to come down 2 days later, which is going to be the 7th day anyway? Or if it's going to be, come back 3 days, are you going to have to, or you're going to say, or you're going to be tested on the 5th day and then find out what the results are. And then if the results are negative, then you can,
It reverts back to C. You would have to determine what the 5th day is, you go back to C.
Well, that's what I'm just saying, right? Are you going to be tested or are you going to get the results on the 5th day?
I mean,
Well,
pretty much
you
now,
either-
you're getting most everyone can get a rapid test now. So, I mean, you're going, I know it's been very confusing, trust me, during this whole thing. I mean, even though Dr. Johnson has given us this on an email and then we put it on the policy, we are still confirming with him exactly what to do.
Case by case.
Yes, case by case, every employee situation, just to make sure that we are protecting everyone.
And so you're saying that the tests now are going to be immediate or whatever?
I've been doing everything I can when we have an employee that has come in contact with a positive case, that I'm making them an appointment to be rapidly tested.
Then I guess in E, it says if you test positive, see above and section 1 applies. Shouldn't that just be, if you test positive, section 1 applies?
This is all directly from Dr. Johnson. I mean,
That was kind of
we're
confusing
trusting,
to me too.
his experience and his education on all of this.
Get him on the phone.
Yeah.
And so this was, I guess, this was verbatim.
Yes.
Yes. I promise you, I didn't add anything to it.
Charlotte talked it
Got a
out.
motion and second.
We do. We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Very good, very good. Next on the agenda is Finance 2019 Legislative Audit Report.
We are required, after the issuance of the audit, to bring it to your attention and discuss it and highlight some of the findings and some of the results. This audit, which came to us on February 12th, and this is our first opportunity to discuss it with you, is on your tablets. It is under the Charlotte can take our webpage, somewhere in your audits.
It's under finance,
Finance.
public documents, finance, audits.
But we will be
2019.
happy tomorrow to forward you an email copy of the actual audit for you to have. What I'm going to do is give you highlights of this so we can go through it and look at some of the things that came out. This is a 2019 audit. One of the things that I want to point out is that you will see something, as far as the opinion is concerned, different than what you saw in the water sewer. I can give you the hard copy.
She's gonna pull that, that's okay.
He's going to do it digitally.
I'm gonna do it.
All right. The difference that you're going to see in this audit versus the audit for water sewer is that this is based on, the first opinion that they gave is an adverse opinion because we don't follow GAAP. We don't follow the general accepted accounting principles for financial statement preparation. And that's primarily because we are recording our financials on a cash basis according to the Arkansas annotated rules. And it does go in and say that, but they are required to say to the people reading this, we do not follow GAAP. We don't follow GAAP because we don't follow the accrual basis of accounting. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And what it does in the second section of the audit, it's in the notes, it says it's basing the accounting on a regulatory basis. And it says the financial statements are presented on a regulatory basis of accounting as permitted by Arkansas Code 10-4412. The regulatory basis differs from accounting of general accepted principles for the United States of America because under these 6 reasons, the accrual-based accounting versus cash, we use a cash base of accounting. We do not record depreciation expense on our books. We do not have actually the capital asset there, which would be number 4, the inclusion. And the debt, associated debt is also not recorded in the financial statements. We do record principal payments and anything that requires a cash outlay. Separate identification of special and extraordinary items, the inclusion of pension liability and applicable note disclosures. That would be what you would expect from an audit and from a recording under an accrual-based accounting. And I've mentioned that several times, but they do then subsequently render the opinion as an unmodified opinion, which is basically a clean opinion for what they do audit, which is the regulatory basis. So they're saying that in their opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the regulatory basis financial position of the general fund, street fund, and other funds in the aggregate of the city of Greenwood as of December 31st. Regulatory basis, revenues, expenditures, changes in net position, and the budgetary comparisons for the general and street fund for the year ended in accordance with the financial report provision, as I mentioned, 10-4-412. So it is a clean opinion. Don't be alarmed when you see, oh my gosh, they're saying, it doesn't represent fairly. It does, according to the laws of the state of Arkansas, and that's what we follow as a municipality. That cleans up some of the confusion. Now, one of the things that I have been presenting to you since 2017 is, before you used to get restricted and unrestricted funds, and they have changed and actually added to that as far as the classification is concerned. So this year in the budget, you saw under the general fund, I classified what we called restricted funds by the basis of whether they're totally restricted by a law or they're committed funds by a passage of an ordinance that the city council did, or they're assigned funds, passage of a resolution where you dedicate certain monies to be spent in certain ways by a resolution, or they're truly unassigned funds that can be used for any purpose or reason, and they're not configured by or supported by way of a resolution or ordinance. So you are seeing that now in the budgets. And the other thing that we did in 2017 when this started to come out is you passed a resolution 11720, the city did, that says the city council of the city of Greenwood hereby resolves that when an expenditure is incurred for the purpose for which both restricted and unrestricted amounts are available, the city considers restricted amounts to have been spent before unrestricted amounts. If only unrestricted amounts are available, the city first considers committed amounts, then assigned, then unassigned. So there's a pecking order for how we record and spend the money. And that goes with what I was saying in the previous discussions for the budget, when if the restricted monies for the state tax structure is the first thing we should be spending, is the money should be recorded there and spent there first. It shouldn't be shifted to the general fund unrestricted. You have a resolution that stipulates that, and as I just pointed out, this fund balance classification is in the audit. You will actually literally see that there, and they wanted your resolution to support that philosophy. So that's the pecking order, 1 to 4, that's how we spend the money. If there's a restriction, that is how it's paid first. If there's a committed balance by ordinance, that's the second way if there's no restriction. If there's an assigned fund by a resolution, similar to when we have donations, and those donations go to a specific purpose, you have resolved that money to be used for the donated purpose. And then there's the unassigned funds, which is the last thing. So we're trying to shift that mentality now as to spend the money in the classification that the money was actually derived from. So you're going to see that more and more in our budget discussions, and how I'm starting to shift money back over to the restricted amounts, which are taxing authorities and or debtors, for instance, where they put covenants on us. legal debt limit is also explained in the audit report notes. You'll see that there's a discussion about our legal debt limit for the city. And in 2019, it says the city is subjected to a constitutional limitation for bonded indebtedness equal to 20% of the total assessed value for tax purposes for real and personal property as determined on the last tax assessment. As of December 31st, 2019, the legal debt for the legal limit for the bonded debt is $23,298,000. That's what it was back in 2019. That's property tax secured. We don't have any property tax secured bonds right now. They are secured and collateralized in a different manner, usually with tax, city sales and use tax, not property tax. So as of December 31st, they reported no property tax secured bond issues, which you all know. Short-term financing obligations, though, the city is subjected to a constitutional limitation for short-term financing equal to 5% of the assessed value of taxable property. As you know, we do have some short-term obligations right now, primarily for the land for the new fire station and for the pumper that was purchased. And that's where this dollar amount comes from. The 12/31/2019 legal debt limit for short-term financing obligations was $6 million. The amount of short-term financing as of December 31st was $507,000, leaving a legal debt margin of $5 million. That's where you are. Don't get too excited. We don't want to spend that unwisely, but that is what your debt ceilings are right now based on the taxing structure in 2019. Okay. Another thing I wanted to point out was they do talk about lot fee. Lot fee is the retirement program contributions that we make required for the fire and police. I do want you to know what your commitment is for that. What you see here is it's saying that the city's direct contribution to lot fee plan was $175,000. That includes a county sales tax distribution. You have approved of $40,000 to help defray the direct expense from the police and fire. But the city also receives a premium tax credit of approximately $70,000 in 2019, and that number is pretty consistent year over year. We get that, but that is not permanent. That can and will go away. So there is a looming liability out there that we will potentially be hit with at some point for that premium tax credit. That was there to buffer the change in the program, which we're required to contribute to, until such time as the cities can absorb that cost into their budgets. That still exists, and we're still counting on that this year for 2021. So our budget for 2021 lot fee, which you've approved, was a police direct contribution of $121,000, a fire direct contribution of $21,000, a county, by the way, that also includes the volunteers structure change where we converted them into the lot fee program, and then we have them at a, it's a Plan B, I think, we gave them a cost of living. Plan B, cost of living, and we've amortized that over 15 years. So that's a fixed cost to us that is going to be incurred during the amortization period. The county sales tax pre-distribution is the $40,000. You did not adjust that. That's been pretty constant, at least all the years I've been here. Premium tax credit is $70,000. So our budgeted total liability for lot fee as a city, including that $70,000 that we would have incurred if we didn't get it, is about $250,000 right now for the police and fire. That's their retirement. Now I will go through and point out to you, by the way, if you added the 175 and the 70 in 2019, that's about $243,000. So it's gone up a little bit from the 19 to the 21's budget. This is the employee pension trust. That's also mentioned in the audit. What you'll see here is it says the city contributes an amount equal to 7.5% of eligible employee salaries for the plan year. The actual contributions ended December 31st, 19 was $110,000. I wanted to point out to you that we just made the contribution in 21 for the 2020 year, $115,000 for the employees. The remainder of the employees are not uniformed officers or firefighters. So there's a hefty, significant contribution to the retirement for city and uniformed officers here in the city. The general fund balance, regulatory basis. So what I wanted to show you is this big jump here between a 1.9 million, or right at 2 million to 4 million. That's the 2015 to 2016 years. Now, realize I came at the end of 2017, which is right here. But what happened is the general fund was fragmented because every department, you had 40 accounts at that time, and every department had their own monies. So that's just taken into consideration the general fund. When it all rolled in 2016, that's where the $4 million came from, because it all was consumed into 8 funds now rather than 40. And the general fund, that's at the point when police didn't have their own fund, fire didn't have their own fund, planning didn't have their own fund. It all now is general. And then you'll see what's happened in the 2017 and 18 is that the general fund balance has slid a little bit, but this is the trend line, and the trend line is still favorable. So you have to, I watched that fund balance, and this is audited numbers, not our projected and not our unaudited numbers. These are actual, the audit numbers through 2019. That's the fund balance. It's not necessarily bad that the fund balance drops. That means that you're spending money for city services and goods, which probably is a good thing. Promised, you put it in the budget, you spend it. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. This is a better way to look at it, though. This is your revenue stream and your expense. This is what you took in as revenue on a cash basis for the years and audited-wise, and what you spent. What I started to get a little concerned about was these 2 years right here. That's when you started hearing me talk about we need to be looking at the general fund and the spend that we have, how that spend's going, because it's reflecting the cost centers of the general fund being subsidized a little more heavily, and you're actually living outside of your revenue stream needs. So you'll notice that the 2 lines come together for the 2018 and 19 period. As a matter of fact, the audited revenues and expenses for the general fund, all in, and that's your restricted amounts as well, was only $8,500 difference. So you're pretty much zero margin at all for the 2019. I want to compare that to the street fund, because in your audit, they break out general and street, just like we report on an unaudited basis, and you'll see that the revenue stream's going up. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean a good thing. That could be a bad thing, depending on whether they are saving for a 5-year, 10-year plan, or whether they are meeting their operational requirements and needs, and they're just growing their revenues through spending less than their revenue streams, because that's one way you add into the fund balance, is you don't spend whatever your annual revenue stream is for the street department. So we go to the next one, which is their revenues and expenses audited. And you'll see this is a more favorable representation. You would like to see this not be really wide like that, but you'd like to see the revenue stream and the expense stream kind of parallel each other and not necessarily go the opposite way. If this period right here did exceed the revenues, I would have said it was due to a timing difference or an anomaly from this year, but it didn't happen. But this right here is showing that they're living within their revenue stream means. But that's when I started questioning whether or not they had a 5-year plan, a master street plan, something that they needed to do, and now we've started that, and they actually are. We've got street scan, we know which streets need to be done, they have projects now that they're focusing on, and we have to start saving the money for those down the road projects. So that right there is the financial highlights that you'll be seeing in there for those key areas of the company that are significant in material dollars. What you don't see there is the water sewer, because that's not part of this audit. That's a separate audit. We did have 9 supplemental findings. That's down from the 18 when I first started. We've cut those pretty much in half. But they're really, a supplemental finding is a non-reportable finding. It's mostly procedural related. They're immaterial, potentially having 0 impact on the financials at all. It's basically 3 of the findings had to do with segregation of duties and internal controls. They had to do with the fact that we're a small We mitigate our lack of segregation of duties with other controls that we have in place. We don't have the staff or the personnel, as you heard in the water sewer audit, to actually optimally segregate our duties here. I would need a staff that's like double the size that I currently have, adding one more additional person in order to take over the revenue stream side of the recording from the payable side and the payroll. That would help significantly, but there's a lot of duties that I perform as well as the analytics and the oversight of the financials. The internal controls had to do with water sewer. Whenever the audit's done, it has to be sent to legislative audit. It was being sent, but the person that they were sending it to was going to a dead letter, dead email because they had changeover. Our auditor didn't have the right place to send it. And assuming it was being done, it wasn't. So that's one of the insignificant, or what they call supplemental findings. On the other side of that, though, we have 2 reportable findings this year. And those reportable findings, one of them had to do with something you've already fixed, and it had to do with the issue surrounding the dependent coverage health insurance for council members. We were almost simultaneously paying the bill and then billing the dependent coverage to the council members to pay us back, and it was brought to our attention that even for a 2-week period of time, that's considered a loan and that would be inappropriate, and that's a reportable finding. So you did a resolution that corrected that procedure, and we are now billing for this dependent coverage to the council members in advance of the coverage month. And by doing so, we're not in that, we've taken away the issue regarding the reportable finding. So it was brought to our attention and we resolved it. The first one that they brought out had to do with a disbursement that was made for the Economic Development Committee. It was, we provided them money that was designed for them to use to promote economic development and growth within the city of Greenwood. The funds were paid to the Historical Society as directed by the committee, not by the city. And it was directed to be paid to the Historical Society, which happens to be a nonprofit. And it was done to promote, one time, to promote the city of Greenwood through a film that had historical significance to the city. Portions of the film were made in and throughout the city of Greenwood, and because the disbursement was a one-time expense, it wasn't designed to be a contractual obligation that would transcend months and potentially a year. It was a one-time expense, and it was for a specific advertising and or promotion of the city of Greenwood purpose. Unfortunately, their interpretation of it is any time you give money to a nonprofit, you need a contract. This is a one and done deal. So we responded to them, the recipient, we sent portions of the film, because the disbursement was a one-time expense, the contract was not prepared. If we can go back now and create one, it's 2 years old. It's done. We're not doing this again. We realize now that even though it was a committee, it's not a commission, and the committee did something outside of the purview of what the city did. And the committee did it as a one-time promotional aspect, not thinking about the fact that they would have needed a contract. Take note of that, by the way. Any disbursements through the economic development cannot be done to a nonprofit without a contract for it. Okay. So this is now in the hands of our city attorney. We have responded to the audit. It's fine. They've got our response. They know that we now have taken that under advisement and will make steps to correct this going forward, which we have. And he will be taking steps to respond to this to the attorney. So those are the issues. That's what the audit found, and pretty much that sums it up. If there's any questions about it, or you review it later and you want to ask a question about something that was recorded in the notes or the financials, feel free to bring it to my attention and I'll get you an answer.
If not, you can make a motion to accept it. It's just a matter of record, we have to do that.
motion we accept the 2019 audit.
Second.
Have a motion in 2 seconds.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Thank you, Tom. Next item on the agenda is a release of claims agreement with McClellan Consulting Engineers Incorporated. Mr. Hamby, you want to dive into it, or?
I reviewed it, made some adjustments to it. Charlotte pointed out the flaws in there. I have no issue with it. I just wanted the mayor to give all of you time to review it if you have any questions.
Mr. Hamby and I have got to talk about it since he looked at it. The question, I think, and what Terry pointed out was on the second page, if I don't remember right, the second paragraph on the second page, talking about the releasees, payment of the settlement, if it was
It'll be confidential.
confidential, as we know, that's not possible with the city, as it shouldn't be.
Correct.
So, are you suggesting we take that, remove that?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you been in contact with them since?
I have not.
Okay. So.
I wanted to give you guys.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, so you have it. That's what Mr. Amy's suggesting that we remove. This is all, is the council aware of anything?
I have no idea what this is.
Okay, so let's fix that. And I'll call you up probably, but let me do my best, and
Go ahead.
and I'll let you do
Yep.
the real thing.
Okay.
So the project, phase 2 of the Promenade construction in Bell Park, we received, the Parks Department received a TAP grant. The TAP grant was going along, we accepted the TAP grant, and maybe I should so we accepted the TAP grant, Parks Commission did, we began construction, we let it for bid, we are doing what we normally do, we've done many, many times, okay? Under the direction of McClellan Engineering Firm, which is someone we've used before.
Not the Parks Department, I don't believe it, but I think the city of Greenwood has.
Okay. Yes, that's correct. Parks Department's not using it, but the city has. So going along, trucking along like everything's okay, and a dark day for Tammy, Ms. Briley, she got a call and there's conversation about what's going on, where we are, and with these grants, you have these procedures that you have to follow. When we hire an engineering firm or a firm, we are relying upon that company to follow those guidelines, those
RDOT guidelines.
RDOT, and one of them being you got OSHA, or not OSHA, but you got all these things you have to meet. I want to Tammy found out by a conversation from RDOT that certain things were not met, and we were under the impression, certainly, Tammy, the Parks Commission was under, the Parks Department was under the impression that everything's being met. RDOT lets us know that it's not. They're not willing, they're not ready to pay this grant. They're not really to fulfill their obligation to the grant because these, what was the one?
We had a question about planting some trees.
Right, that prompted it.
And I said, you better check with RDOT and make sure how they want us to proceed. He said, okay. So he called and talked to RDOT. RDOT then turned around and said, we didn't even know the project was started.
Yeah.
I panicked, turned in my resignation.
She tried.
Anyway, so that's the long and the short of it. The engineer dropped the ball on even saying, hey, we're going to start this project at Greenwood. What do you need us to do? Which they have done. That's not their first rodeo. They had worked with RDOT before, supposedly. And anyway, it just didn't get started. And it was just haphazardly that we found out. So then again, RDOT did not release the funds for this particular project. But we did not lose the money. We still have the money available, and I have already in the process of getting another project engineered by another company to get the release of these funds for another project for the park. But this particular project, was brought to the attention of McClellan with an email that I had kept in the very beginning when we hired McClellan to do the work, specifically stating that this was an RDOT grant, that everything needed to be followed per RDOT rules and regulations in the grant process, and they just dropped the ball. So in the meantime, I guess the president of McClellan, Byron Hicks, came and talked to the Parks Commission, apologized profusely over and over and over, and said that they would make it right, was supposed to make it right by the end of the year, per Byron Hicks. They would pay the grant, the $126,000. I believe they talked with, the year rocked on, and December rolled around. I called the engineer who I had been working with and said, we haven't heard anything. Byron Hicks then talked with the mayor and Tom, asking basically, can you give us a little while longer? They were in agreement, no big deal. That was kind of put a little bitter taste in my mouth, because the man had profusely apologized, and we will get you paid by the end of the year, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, long story short, now after all this time has rolled by, now we're into March, and they give us this document with all of this wording that is pretty ridiculous in my opinion, and that's the holdup on $126,000 from McClellan.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm not an attorney, obviously. The document, I think, is kind of bland and kind of general and blah blah blah. And maybe just that's what they sent us without thinking about. But one of the gentlemen that I spoke to during all this process, Byron Hicks for sure, the owner, the architect or the engineer himself, who hadn't had much to say about it, but was also former Mayor Stola from Little Rock, who is now employed with McClellan. I find it's odd because I think it was kind of turned over to him to get this thing moving and get in the direction and make sure that we get our money back. Obviously, they're going to their bond. That's what they're.
Which they could have done in the beginning.
And they didn't want to do that, and they were hoping RDOT would just participate and not worry about it.
And actually RDOT, they did, McClellan did have RDOT come down, wrote a big letter. They came down and surveyed the project and didn't find any harm, any foul on us, but they did find it on the engineering firm by not following the process. And so in turn, RDOT denied us the money because of an engineering flaw, not the same thing that we did.
Yeah, so if this one paragraph was not in, it basically, you can read it, you have probably saying if the information gets out.
Well, it's a public meeting.
We could turn around and pay them back the money.
Right.
Not.
Yeah, we will.
That we will, not that we should or can, but we will. So the reason I brought up former mayor, that to me it's kind of surprising that he would send this document if he did, knowing how municipalities have to function. You can't not tell people about the deal. So I don't think by any means we're looking at not giving money, but I think we just have to recommunicate back with them through Mr. Hamby. This document needs to change, and let's see the new one. But we needed you to.
So I just wanted everybody to be aware of it. That's the main thing. So I'm going to discuss it with them this week, and if you have any questions, give me a call. I'll try to answer.
I'm still a little confused. So RDOT won't pay the grant.
Right.
Because McClellan didn't follow the process, or that they were upset because McClellan didn't follow certain standards?
Nope, they didn't follow the process.
There is
the grant process.
The grant process.
The grant process.
It's nothing to do with the standards of construction.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
It's just the
It was an
there are guidelines that you follow when you have an RDOT federal grant, and they didn't call them and say, hey, we're working in Greenwood. What do I need to do? They didn't call the engineer with RDOT and say, hey, we're getting ready to start this project in Greenwood. Is there any T's that need to be crossed or I's that need to be dotted? They just started it, finished it, and if I hadn't asked him to call and check on these trees that we were about to plant, what it was is, when they got done with the project, it was in the dead of summer. Well, you know better than to plant the trees in Bell Park in the dead of summer. We can't keep them alive. So I said, can we wait until October or November to plant these trees? I said, but you better call RDOT and check it out with them. I had sense enough to know that myself. And come to find out, he hadn't talked to RDOT at all. So then I thought it was my fault that I was supposed to be doing all that. But then I'm thinking, well, why do we hire an engineer if it's my deal? So if I'm supposed to take care of all that. So that's when I went back and found the email that specifically said that when I hired this guy to do the project for us, that's why we hired him, to do the job and to take care of following procedure with the RDOT grant. And it's like I said, it's not their first rodeo. They admitted to it. The engineer himself said, I don't know what happened. I don't have any explanation. I don't know what to say, basically, is what that's all he said.
Yeah, he didn't know what to say.
And then the owner came and said, we'll get this paid, we'll get it done by the end of the year, no problem. December rolled around, we hadn't heard anything, Mayor hadn't heard anything, Tom hadn't heard anything, so I called and said, we don't have any money.
They produced this contract to hold them harmless and
Yeah.
to not tell him that.
Right, they were hoping, McClellan was hoping that RDOT would allow them to get caught up with the things that they hadn't done and start and get it done and then turn it in, and RDOT considered that.
Yes, we turned in all the information,
Yeah.
that the engineering firm turned in all the information that they should have turned in periodically. And then, so RDOT then had to send it to the feds for their approval. So RDOT, Arkansas Department of Transportation, was good with what they sent in. It was the feds that denied it. But we still have the money for another project. So I've got it at another engineering firm getting ready to.
So good bottom line is, once this contract, and Mr. Handy gets this sorted out with them, and they agree without this clause in here, their bond pays off this phase 2.
Right.
And then she's already been approved for that same amount of money to go toward another. I mean, she has to apply. I mean, she has to turn in all the paperwork.
I have to do, or the engineering firm
Yeah.
that we've hired, which is not McClellan, to do another.
And I keep wanting to call it OSHA, but it was just that one, it's a T that had to be crossed, and I can't remember what it was, but it's the same as all
Well, there's a lot of steps with the
Yeah.
federal grant
But
that
they
you have to
they
take
literally
care of.
didn't do it.
I mean, you have to tell them when you're gonna start, you have to have, there's just procedures that you follow. There's lots of procedures. That's why you have an engineering firm that takes care of that for you. And they didn't. And they know they didn't.
Now their bond is gonna pay it.
Right.
Yes, which they could have done in the beginning.
Are you saying that the clause that they put in here so that we would have to pay them back is because of us making it public? That corrects the contract?
Yeah.
But we're a public entity.
But we don't have any
and
choice of doing
when we
this.
have to, it has to go to you guys, so.
I mean, we're not
It's
gonna
already- I mean,
put it
it's
on our
not like-
marquee that
No.
McClellan messed up.
Right, and I'm not.
But we're having a public meeting talking about it. It's gonna be in the audit, when the audit happens on this. So it will be public information and foilable and all that, so we can't abide by this.
And I don't know, to me, I know the mayor said that we hope that it was just a flip of the wrist, that this is just a generic thing that's sent out, but that's just one more thing, and I'm thinking that they, try to slip that in, and we'd have just said, okay, we'll sign it, and not read it all the fine print, then we'd been in a world of hurt.
As soon as I got it, I forwarded it to Mr. Handy.
Yeah.
And the commissioners.
Now, did we hire McClellan or did the highway department hire?
No, we hired him.
We hired McClellan.
Mhm. When you apply for a grant and get it, then it's on you to either do it yourself and take care of all the paperwork, or you hire an engineer to do it, and they take care of everything.
To interject one thing, all the vendors have been paid. We're the harmed party.
Yes, everybody's, yeah.
That's good. So who's the one you hired this next go around?
Hawkins. Hawkins.
Won't take 10 years.
There's that.
Who did we hire to do the sidewalk? Is that what-
We haven't yet,
what
it's
sidewalk?
not, we can't put it out yet because easement, we gotta get the easements. We do that on the sidewalk. Traffic relief is all on our dime, but the sidewalk's on us. So the point is for you to
We just wanted to.
digest it, know what it is, and Mr. Hammond's gonna, as he said, visit with McClellan this week. And hopefully get a new document back without this clause, or without this section.
But we do expect for them to reimburse us for some of that.
Absolutely. If you took that out of there, if you took that section out, they're paying us back. And they're paying us back with it in there, we just can't tell anybody, which we can't not do that. Right?
That's correct.
So,
There, no vote needs to be taken, I just wanted to let the council be aware of what was going on.
okay. Thank you, Tim, Ms. Brown. We are on department reports and questions from council. Got several here, not all, but several. Good.
Again. I'm not sure that you've had time to look at my report, but I just wanted to make you guys aware that we had a little incident out at the Greenwood City Lake. Right the week before the snowmageddon, I got a call from Dwayne Tucker, who's one of my employees, and said, I think you need to come out to the lake, there's somebody been clearing property. I said, okay, so I asked the mayor if he'd go with me, so we went out to the lake, and sure enough, there's the house that's right before you get to the boat ramp area. It used to be Mr. Goins' house, now it's the Shepherd's. They had cleared about a 20-foot wide sightline from their property all the way down to the lake. And when I say cleared, I have pictures where they had cleared a path across the upper trail and the lower trail. Cleared it out. Cleared trees, cleared underbrush. So I'm like, well, isn't that special? So I came back and wrote out a police report, sent it in to our police department. It was contacted by investigator Joey Deere, and he turned it over to the forestry department, Arkansas Forestry Commission. And they have an officer that is investigating it. My guys counted 25 mature tree stumps. I in turn called Sharon's Garden Center and asked them to give me a price on 30 hardwood trees, because these were all hardwoods that they counted stumps. 25 30-gallon hardwood trees planted will cost us almost $10,500. That's not counting the underbrush, that's not counting the saplings. So the officer with the forestry department went out and met me out at the lake with Dwayne and Tyler. We looked at the situation. He contacted the people at the address, and she said, yeah, I was having some brush and trees cleared around the house, and next thing I know, this guy had took off and cut on our property, which you can take that with a grain of salt, whatever. The officer told the property owner that they were looking at $10,000 in trees to be replaced. She made an offer of 3, which is insulting to me. So I have also talked to, in the process of making the police report, I talked to Mr. Hamby about what we should do. And so I'm waiting on the police report. He can write her a ticket for misdemeanor, I believe, or criminal mischief ticket. And if we did not agree to the $3,000, which I'm not, unless you tell me to, agree to the $3,000 because it's ridiculous. I mean, he's gonna, as soon as I hear after this meeting, as soon as I get back with the officer from the Forestry Commission, he will tell them of what we discussed and that we will not take the $3,000. We'll turn it over to Mr. Hamby and we will have a civil suit on this property that's cleared.
So why would they not charge them for timber theft?
Well, the trees, they could, but the trees themselves were not big enough, not enough timber value. But to us, to have to replant those trees, even to get them started again, is going to cost us money. So.
We have an ordinance that says it's $500 a tree.
Well, yeah, almost $500 a tree.
That's what our ordinance says, and it doesn't specify size.
Right, but I'm just, it was, yeah, 10,000, whatever is in your report is what to replace.
What ordinance is that in?
It's in the, I can email it to you, I just can't do it now, it's on my iPad, it's in the canopy preservation ordinance.
Okay. I'm apply too.
So you're saying that it'd be even more than $10,000?
Yeah. If there was 30, you said 30?
25.
25?
And 30 gallons was the biggest tree that they had. The biggest tree.
25?
That's just, yeah.
500.
12,500.
12,500. Yeah, 12,500. But per our ordinance.
Right.
You said it doesn't have tree size either.
It does not have tree
Specified.
size. It could be that.
Okay, well then we can go back and count some more. I mean, yeah.
You'd have to get with Mr. Handy, but the ordinance doesn't specify size.
Okay.
It actually, the ordinance was copied off of another city, and it actually, you could charge them 500 if they topped it. So if they just top the top off, to get a view or something, because then the tree won't grow because it doesn't have the terminal, it just goes right up.
Yeah, these trees aren't gonna grow quick.
No.
So it's $500 per tree per our ordinance.
Okay, good to know. I'll count it, I'll have the guys count it tomorrow.
Does that house in our city limits? Our lake is in the city limits.
Neither one of them are in the city limits, but it's
So your
city owned.
ordinance doesn't apply.
I don't know if it doesn't apply if it's specifically city limits or if it's city.
Owned.
If it's city property, it should.
City
I
property.
don't know, you'd have to look at the ordinance.
There goes another handy question.
I got a buddy that's in a lawsuit.
The law in Arkansas is if you cut somebody's timber, treble damages, so you'd be looking at $30,000 or so.
I started to say, I got a buddy in a lawsuit over timber, it's triple damage.
It's triple damage is correct. And so even if the 500 didn't apply, that's still pretty good chunk of change. Yeah, 3,000, texted Tammy a little while ago, over 3,000 was installed.
She had a tree service that did that tree?
Well, she won't tell the officer, I think it was just Joe that she hired, or Bill, or Bob, somebody, Joe's tree service that came out, and she won't tell them who it was.
It's amazing for someone to take it upon themselves.
I don't think Joe or Bill or Bob would have.
Is it that house right above?
As you come around the corner, down Marsh, yeah, the one that's
I will
on
pass
the
this
side,
picture
the
around.
last house before you get to the boat ramp.
Because it is a perfect sight line from their,
About their deck, about
Couldn't be something in that sight line that they really don't want to see from their
well,
house?
it's been, as you can imagine, this has been a conversation around there for quite a bit, and she's looked at tremendously fast growing
okay, and then.
kudzu.
I'm still standing.
Oh, you mean a thing?
No kudzu.
Yeah. I was shocked when she came back with the reason this got done, or the excuse. I was like, no, that's nobody's. I don't get it. I don't.
I'm standing on Upper Trail.
And to go across, and so, and again, this is not a paved trail, obviously, but he crossed, some person crossed trails.
They cross two trails, yeah. They're
Now,
standing on the upper trail. That's down to the lake.
I went as far, I was trying to be very positive and think, whoever sold them this house may have said to them, by the way, you don't want all the way to the lake. And they just took it. It still doesn't make it.
I haven't seen shooting lanes that big.
I know. You can sit on, yeah, you can actually sit on the deck, and if you're good enough with your rudder, really, you might do that fit. I mean, it's a long way, but it's amazing. It's amazing. So the stumps,
It's ugly.
just
I mean,
for
it's
kicks,
Oh, yeah.
with every stump that is left, there's a nice boulder about this big
Or a rock pile.
placed
Kind of
on
like
it. I don't know if that was an attempt to
sacrificial
camouflage, or I just can't imagine. I just don't know, it's just,
I just can't imagine Joe, Bill, or Bob just taking off down through there.
it's all cleaned up, they
Yeah.
get rid of the, everything. It's pretty bizarre.
Where is the timber? Did you ask them? Anybody know? Sell it?
Obviously headed to civil court.
I believe so.
Yep.
The Parks Commission is having a meeting, a special call meeting Thursday at 1 about it to authorize.
Is this something our city attorney handles or will we hire somebody?
Up to you.
You're willing?
I'm willing to do it, yeah.
Well, then I wouldn't hire you.
I think you just got hired.
Got nominated.
Got a job.
You got nominated.
Can you come, Mike, 1 o'clock on Thursday to the Parks Commission meeting? Because they're going to authorize the litigation.
Okay.
We'll have questions.
I will try. I have a hearing in Mina at 9 o'clock. but I'll
Either that or
try.
I can get you on the phone maybe.
I can do that, yeah. for sure.
Okay, I'll call you then.
I just wanted y'all to be absolutely aware of what happened.
Do I need to send you that ordinance or the sheriff? Did you find the sheriff?
Between Charlotte and I will,
It's hard to find.
if you want to send it to us, that'd be
Community
great.
forestry program, is that it? Yeah, I searched canopy and trees. And it doesn't come up.
Part of that tree city deal and all that.
Well, there's about 5 ordinances that cover things.
And it's not erosion control,
It's not city limits.
is it?
No.
No.
Yeah,
We know that one
everything
pretty
doesn't
well.
have canopy in the title.
You don't see it in canopy?
I don't find the word. Just certain titles, you know.
I'll find it on my,
Okay,
I'll find it on my iPad and I'll send it to y'all tomorrow.
thank you.
Good times.
Good times. So I just wanted to make you guys aware, and if you had any questions, I just wanted to make sure that you knew what was happening and that y'all were in agreement that it was okay to city.
It's the one beautiful place we have in
Yes.
Greenwood, and now
Yep.
they're out there jacking it up.
Yeah. It's awesome. It makes me sweat when I hear, when I think about it, when I look at those pictures and I go out there and it's
What do we have that's really ugly that we could say?
well, okay, guys, this is what
40-foot billboard with a naked picture of Doug.
Well, no, I told the Parks Commission, I wanted
You're saying that would be
two
ugly?
telephone poles with, you remember when they would put that black mesh to like catch golf balls at the end of a range?
Bridge out there and put it out there.
And just block the view with 2 big old telephone poles and a big mesh.
I think we ought to just take Jacob Burton and just move him out there.
We all were wondering if that's not what.
I have a picture of that site from Hill Park too. That's lovely.
I don't know why we're paying money to
Where does that fall in your tree cut?
private property. But
That's another subject, and I'm sure we'll touch on it.
We put money into
I
community.
know.
Trust me.
We're putting money into community enhancement, what's Michael John's committee. They got us in trouble.
Economic development.
Economic development. It'll be economic development if our town looked better just driving into it without some big mess everywhere. That's the complaints I get.
I agree.
And they all go to one person.
I agree.
It used to be Floyd Brown.
Are we moving on? before.
Is this, oh, this is not.
Well, that's okay, well, I know we're getting there. So has anybody got anything else for Tammy, for Ms. Bradley, Parks?
No. Oh, no. I'm saying
Tammy
no.
doesn't have anything.
I don't have anything else for you guys.
So, okay, so, that's fine, we're still with department reports and questions from council, so, here we go.
All right, cool.
I just want to commend the water department, also during this cold spell, all the stuff that they had to go through.
Deal with, they did a lot, they dealt with it out there,
Their work.
I'll pass that on.
I'd like to commend the police department and the fire department for doing such a great job during the storm. They were always out, there was a presence, you knew they were there, ready to help.
Yep, agreed. Yes, sir?
Member of the council, but I would like to say that the street department worked their butt off.
I agree. What I witnessed and saw. We have an eyewitness, a very credible eyewitness. I believe that, I call him an eyewitness, like we're in court. Census driver, correct, Dennis? Make sure he's the right company. Census driver complimented the street department for being out and taking, this is someone, as you know, that drives everywhere. And he complimented the street department specifically for taking care of the streets much better than he had witnessed wherever else he went. I don't think he said anybody, any town.
It's ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous.
I will be following.
Question, is there a roll-off truck or something that's broken or recycling?
Yes.
Sebastian County, let me clarify that. Sebastian County's solid waste and recycling truck is broken at the camp. And we're plumb full over there. I mean, it's up here.
I know.
We can't get anything taken away, so we close the door.
It's closed until the truck gets fixed.
What's the ETA for that?
They're hoping, all that's wrong with it is the arms for the tarp. No, they don't need a cart to haul the bins, these particular bins. The cardboard, yes, but not the other enclosed bins. They're going to try to maybe take that off and wait for the part's coming in 2 weeks.
So we can get some of the bins removed?
If
If
they'll do it.
Right. Yeah, I'll be
they'll
glad to
take-
prompt them if I need to.
The arm on the truck is
Yeah.
broken.
Yeah.
If they take the arm off, they need,
Okay.
in my opinion, that's up to them.
If you want to bring a number by tomorrow, or we've already got it, I'll be glad to call and suggest that very thing. I mean, even if we're partially, no matter what we do, closing the door causes issues, as you know. Opening the door and only taking something will cause an issue, but it's less of an issue than not being open. So, I mean, I'll be glad to follow up with them when we do. Feel like that would matter. About them coming to get some of our stuff.
Yes,
You think it'd do any good?
we could maybe try.
Okay.
I've talked to them, Valerie's talked to them.
Okay. Well, Valerie, I won't do any better than Valerie will, promise you. So we posted it on the website that we are closed and why we're closed, and we've also, he has a sign up saying so. It's an inconvenience for the folks that are recycling for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we stopped, as a service, we stopped picking it up.
Curbside,
And now we're having to close it, and so, I mean, I would hate that we can't take anything.
Right, I agree. So we'll look into that tomorrow and see if we can coach them into coming picking up something and emptying our bins, because we're at capacity, right?
Yes.
If someone brought something in, it'd be on the ground.
Sacks and all over the
Yeah, okay. We'll check into that. Anyone want to propose a question or a thought?
Is this the council forum?
Yes.
I have one. I need to ask about the council raises. Do you want them?
Oh, sorry.
Or do you want, because they're budgeted, but you want them applied? Because in the study session, it sounded like y'all didn't want that, but they are budgeted.
I don't want to apply.
Do we need to implement them or?
No.
No.
So we're going to vote
promote, or you just,
Or just
until I
say,
hear yes.
do I hear a motion to,
Well,
no, we can't vote on
I
something.
don't know, well, right, and I just don't think we need to vote.
Just don't spend it.
Just go back to the beginning.
It's the administrator's prerogative not to spend it.
Wait, it can't be, it's only budgeted for you guys.
Oh, you mean spend it elsewhere? Is that what you're saying? No.
Budget money, you don't want to spend it. You don't.
No, it is, the raises are budgeted.
It's in the budget.
It's in the budget to pay you. You approved it with it in there. We're asking what.
When we were applying raises across the board, that came up because it's in there.
So you need us to make a resolution removing it?
No, it doesn't have to
trouble because we had raises in there we didn't pay out and they caught it because it was in the budget. So if you don't want it done because you've already approved it, it would be cleaner if you rescinded it. in the budget.
To amend the budget, I think next month or whatever, have a resolution.
Well, that's what it is.
Like a curative resolution,
Yeah.
cure it, because we never remove stuff. When we don't spend it, that would be great. Because we don't spend it forever.
Raises are the only thing that
But
they'll
we can cure it if it's a problem. We'll bring a resolution back.
So the recommendation is bring a resolution to remove it.
A curative.
Curative resolution. Is that what I'm hearing? Yes.
Okay.
And then you can vote next month. Okay.
Thank you.
Rick?
Was this A&P bylaws just for FYI? And I know it's in there, the stuff you sent out to us, that it was.
It might have been on something else for you. If you're in different things.
Yeah, right, that's what it.
Yeah,
Is
that
anybody
wasn't
else cold?
spent. Yes.
Danielle, would you adjust that, please? Thank you very much. Or whoever, Tom.
69.
That's not bad.
It's easy.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
During the state of the city, you said trap, neuter, and release. Are we considering that?
What I'm doing is getting this Jim's Kitty Canine, or whatever they're called, down here. He has volunteered to come down and talk to us about that and present it as a plan. There's nothing that said we're doing it. It's just, there's two groups out there. One came, not to council meeting, but came to my office, I don't know, 6 months ago, wanted to talk to me about this very thing. I haven't heard back from them. I told them I'd be interested in listening to the plan, what they're wanting to do. This gentleman, well, Jen is not a gentleman. I talked to her husband. He approached me one time in Fort Smith and said, I don't know if you're familiar with where that is. It's over on, there by Ramsey. Anyway, he said, what about this? And I said, bring it to me. So the reason I put it in the state of city is I want people to know that we understand and realize there is a problem. We do get calls for feral cats. She gets calls for feral cats. He has to pick feral cats up. And he has to pick them up because of our ordinance that says we will take care of it, we'll be humane, yada, yada, yada. We can't ignore it as a.
I agree, but I think there are more effective ways of managing feral cat population.
Well, I'd love, we'll be, yeah, I'm like, okay, you're gonna fix them and turn them loose? I don't know. But that's.
Doesn't work with deer, and I promise you, it ain't working with cats.
No. It's just there's a statement to be made that we're looking into it. So it won't be done unless you're aware or council's aware. Anything else, gentlemen?
Go ahead,
I still think coming into our town's ugly.
I agree with your statement. I need more.
Simple question.
Yeah.
Where do we draw the line to keep letting one person make our town look like hell? Excuse my French, but it's everything he touches. Jacob Burton, I'm going to put it right out there plain and simple. It's pitiful. Floyd Brown Jr. destroying everything he puts his fingers on. I mean, there's no human way possible that he's gonna do anything over behind Davis Fitzgerald with that, the way he's got it destroyed. And now that he's scalped it like a nuclear bomb's been off, at what point do we draw the line and let one person, he's making our town ugly in town now, and when we leave town it's ugly, we come in town it's ugly, because he can't do nothing with it, or not do nothing with it.
Why does the ordinance we passed not control it? Why didn't it work?
I don't know.
That's what I don't understand.
Okay, so we're prepared tonight, listen, let me say this before I have, what's your name? Hunter. I keep wanting to call you Seth, I'm sorry. Hunter, come up. No one agrees with you, any of you that have these thoughts, any more than I do. And let me say that to the extent that we had a meeting, we called Mr. Burton in, when I say we, myself, Hunter, and Sonny. He had a permit to begin that project. It was approved. It was a permit, 6-month permit, just like all permits, all 6 months. And he presented a plan, and then he had Brixie present a plan. The plan that he presented, in our opinion, let's Hunter speak on this and say, did not include what you just described on top. We didn't see it that way. So we called him in, and this is not about.
You sell the timber off of it?
Sir? No, the timber's still laying. It's all there. So his permit, we believed from just looking at it, and like we all do, it was out of line with his existing permit, okay? That's the reason we called him in, and it was running out. Actually, it had run out when we got into the office. The conversation was not a pleasant one, to say the least. It's the second one that we've had, and it doesn't. I'm not telling you this to make you feel better, because you're not going to. But it was not a pleasant conversation. It was very serious and very. This is what you're doing. This is the only thing you're permitted for, and we need a plan. You have to have a plan, and we will not get another permit unless you have a better plan, more specific. The idea of a 6-month permit, I'll throw a couple of things out, for a job or a project to that magnitude, there is a plan, but a 6-month permit is not a good, it doesn't work well. Now, it works well in the sense that you get to call him in here every 6 months and say, show me what you've done to make progress, and if you haven't done any, we're pulling it, and you don't have a permit. That's the good part about the 6 months. It doesn't match. He's not going to get that finished in 6 months. We know that, or a year probably. So there's that. To answer it is private property. So there is not everything that we have. It does not address it. Go ahead.
The County Preservation Act addresses private property.
Okay, so we're looking at those. We're trying to get all that in front of us. So you're talking about the same one that you're referring to her, right?
Yeah, it's got a lot of things it addresses in there, but it addresses private.
And some of that is leaving certain things, and right? I mean, you can take trees. It doesn't say you can't take trees out. It says you have to leave certain amounts.
You have to leave certain amounts.
Yeah. So here's the bet, and this is not an excuse. It's just we're working on it. We're trying to work with Mr. Burton in the sense that he's going to have to present what we tell him to present. If he doesn't, he won't have permit to work. He does meet, and again, this is going to be better when Hunter gets up. He likes to say to us, ADEQ says this is okay. How do you have the right to say anything different? Well, I explained to him clearly we have a lot of rights to do that, and we will continue to have rights to do that. So it was not a warm, fuzzy meeting, to say the least, but he understood enough to, when he left the office, this was 2 weeks ago, he was to call, get back with his engineer, who was Brixie, and give us what we wanted to show, because it is to be terraced. There's a plan for that. It wasn't very detailed plan. We're asking for details, all the things that go with it. The scalping of that happened right before the permit went out. So he was still permitted, but again, we don't feel like it met what it said. acreage. Now, the problem with just sitting back from here or driving up there on the highway, I don't know absolutely what acreage that, how many, you know, you gotta have somebody on site to start measuring and doing all those things, and that's what that man's gonna be doing. Seth actually started the process. We sent Seth out there prior to his leaving, and there was a measurement thing. I said, I need to know if that first terrace is there in 6 months. I mean, he's been there 6 months. I need to know if that's really exists. So Seth went out, measured from the highway to back to where it resembles a terrace. It came back to me and reported. I mean, he would just go out there and do it, and that was it. He put a lot into it.
Can we stipulate?
Did you do that, or was Seth? Seth did that.
Seth.
Sir?
Can we stipulate how deep that terrace is?
The plans he's presenting, we can either approve or disapprove. So yeah, there will be that specific.
Well, the only reason I'm asking that, when Foy dug up the hill next to what's now the dairy,
yeah,
it's gonna be terraced.
Right.
And Doc didn't want him to do it, and said, that ain't gonna work, and all my fence is all gonna fall off, it ain't gonna work.
You don't want him to terrace it?
Yeah.
Didn't want him to do it at
That's
all?
what was gonna happen, didn't want him to do any of it.
Sure.
Well, he terraced it, it all slumped,
No,
fell
that's not-
off,
that's
and
not-
ran under the building, and fence fell.
Yeah, when I say terraced it, and then everything that goes in after that.
Was inadequately terraced.
Absolutely. If that was terraced, that's.
Yeah.
So when I say terraced, there's not just terraced, but you vegetation, all the things that go with making it not slide off. Okay? So I'd like to say we're on top of it. We're on top of it as much as best we can, I think. And, right, and I don't mean that because we don't have control, we do. I mean, but he has to work within our.
So right now, he has no permit.
He does have a permit. He came back with what we asked him to bring to do. He has a new 6-month permit, but he has to show progress. And now that we do not have the actual document from Brixie yet back, but we know that he's been with him, he's talked to him, and Brixie has called back and said, here's what I'm providing for you.
So the 6-month permit, Mayor, is it for what he's been working on, or is he throwing something else in there with that new 6-month permit?
Why don't you come up, Hunter, because he's on it daily.
So the 6-month permit that he has is under the impression that the new plans we're getting from Brixie will be for the entire mountain.
What you see the trees knocked down.
Yeah, so his original plan was for 10 acres.
But what I'm asking though is he done the first set of plan of what the first phase of what he was going to do? Has he done that?
No. Well, the 6-month permit didn't say you have to finish it wasn't about, it just requires that there's progress. It doesn't say you have to have 5 terraces built. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because I mean, the thing about it is, because outside looking in, it's never going to get done.
Well, I understand. And if
You know what I'm saying? If you don't, when you do, if he's got that first phase, it needs to be finished before he should be able to move on to
I think we ought to have a permit that requires an engineered plan.
That's what we
And
have.
a timeline.
That's right.
Until
That's what I'm
that's in
saying.
our hand, we're not giving you a permit.
I mean, every truckload of dirt shows progress.
I agree. I mean, you have to look at the.
But what I'm saying is, if you submitted a plan to us, the first plan was X. We're gonna come in here, I'm gonna make this road, I'm gonna terrace this first section, it's gonna be all dressed up, whatever the plan was, that should have been finished. That should have been completely done before we move on to option B.
He didn't have the phasing plan at the time, but that's what we're trying to get from him now. So we gave him a 6-month permit at this point in time to resume pulling dirt out to finish other jobs. He can still work on that property.
We should have done that.
Well,
because there's no plan right now.
But we got
No.
email confirmation from Brixie. We required him, he was not getting a permit.
What if Brixie sends you a plan that you don't like?
we don't have to permit it.
Yeah, we can issue a stop.
No, the permit, and the second permit that was issued is still, as far as I'm concerned, and is him finishing, and to your point, we missed the mark on him doing it on the 6 months, but I'm allowing him another 6 months to get that finished. So, okay? And then, I mean, that's my deal, and I say mine, I try to let these guys do their job, but
I'm just trying to figure out where is our job to find this. Good Lord.
well,
How did we determine if he did the terracing right? I mean, we haven't determined
the
yet.
engineer will have to come out and
But I mean, to me, that was part of the first permit, right?
we're admitting, I just admit, yes, the first 6 months was not, he didn't do what he needed to do in 6 months.
So, I mean, so.
We're gonna require him to bond?
There you go.
We're-
You can plan on
He's already bonded.
So,
So, believe it or not, gentlemen, we are not closing our eyes to the situation.
Well, I'm not saying you are, it just seems like he's, I don't.
Well, here's what I don't want us to do, and I do it myself, but we can't do this. I mean, we can, but the scar out on 10 Spur and 71, we have, it is in our planning jurisdiction, we all know that, but it is not in the city limits. And I get it, that I do the same thing. I told him a year ago, do not become the next person that used to do that.
It's surpassed him.
But, so, but you have to look at this at that one price, and I hate it. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I told him that, he knows that, he knows that everybody hates it.
This ordinance that we passed back when the last guy was digging up the rock quarry over here about
You're talking about the erosion,
Grading
erosion.
whatever it is, but you can't go in and just rake the land, was what we were trying to prevent. It seems to fail.
Well, there was a previous ordinance that one amended. And in that previous ordinance, it stated that any activity such as clearing, and then it gives a definition, which means taking away natural resources, is not in the new ordinance. It did not make that. If that was in the new ordinance, then we would have.
So that's where we screwed up.
Yep. Because it says
It's not,
grading.
it has its problem.
Did that get left out? Was it not in the old ordinance? It was in the old ordinance.
Yes.
How did it get left out? It wasn't there.
Sonny presented that, and Sonny reworked it, and we passed it.
We need to bring that,
Seth reworked it.
we need to redo that ordinance pretty quick.
I agree that, I mean, the ordinance is not a,
Not that it helps in the current situation,
Right.
but we gotta stop the next one.
Well, I guess, at the end of, Brookside Drive, I thought that hillside was kind of moonscape or whatever, I thought ADQ came in there and said, because of it being scalped or whatever,
Terrace.
we're not terrorist or whatever, that was a mistake.
Which one's Brookside Drive?
The big rock.
Off of Meadow
it's
Bridge.
called, I call it Riprap Mountain.
Yeah.
It's where part of the
Oh, where all that
trail.
riprap is.
Yes.
Yeah, there. And I thought that
The
they
trail
did that,
almost
and I'm saying is, I know ADQ looked at the initial part that Jacob's doing, but have they looked and said, hey, he's just cleared off a hole.
They're continually we are in contact with ADEQ, they are in contact with ADEQ. ADEQ informs us that their last inspection, which was just the week that we had Jacob in here, they're not obligated necessarily to tell us every little detail, but their report back to Sonny, I think, and Hunter was, they came out, they found a couple of items.
This was prior to the tree scalping.
That was prior to the trees being knocked down. This was just what we were already mad about. When I say we, all of us. And they said they were addressing those two situations. I don't know what they are, but they said they were addressing.
That's why I think the tree scalping is going to be cost.
So he says that he's left a vegetative buffer on tree lines against his property lines, except for where it backs up to Chad Ferris's top of the mountain. That was already a field.
He likes to argue with me to the bitter whatever about silt fences, and I said, I don't care. You can argue all day, but this is what it is. ADEQ does have a different opinion of silt fences. They will allow vegetation to be your silt fence. And if you go out there, as ugly and horrid as it all, I've been all over it in my Jeep, by the way. I told him, I said, I have trespassed on your property, because I need to know what it looks like. And I did. And so he has the tree line, I think, Ramona, what you just said, protecting an 80Q is somewhat okay. The only, so far, we're going to get another one, the stuff for bricks, sorry, whatever. Plans, thank you, that I'm looking for, it's a tough one. Our plans are, says, has a silt fence on there. That silt fence does not exist, I don't think.
Yeah, well, our ordinance also states that
Right.
it has to be silt fence in conjunction with the vegetation.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not here to tell you that he's been back out there and fixed everything by any means.
I just think that we, all of us, this council, the city has failed. Because we somehow, we tried to stop it when it was happening with other people. And there was guys other than Boyd, but it doesn't help to name names. But we tried to stop it. We failed that we didn't annex that property all the way to 71 Highway somewhere in the past, so we would be in control of that. And here we are. So I think it's, as quickly as we can figure out how, we need to readdress that.
Well, I think that
It isn't gonna fix the problem.
permit shouldn't have been given unless we made sure that he did the first terrace according to the engineering plan.
But we didn't have an engineering plan the first go around, and that was the initial problem, in my opinion. And that's what won't happen with me.
When does the,
Here's what would happen if we had an issue, and that's fine. I mean, I'm the one that gave the okay to issue that permit. If we had not issued a permit, you'd be looking at what you're looking at for the rest of your life. My point is to get him on the right track, to follow the rules, and allow him to get it.
So what is his plan?
To terrace back to a certain degree, to
Is
make.
he just doing it to take out dirt?
Yeah.
To terrace back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. To terrace, so from what we've seen so far, until we get the new one, is to terrace back so far, and if I told you how far it is, it'd probably make any difference. I mean, and the lower property, the front property, 5 acres to become commercial property. That is the goal that I know of so far.
So that's what I'm remembering. The
But yes, I mean, there's no, I'm sorry.
Sonny came in here was, he's gonna go in, they got this side of this thing, he's gonna make this real nice commercial area, and this road's gonna come back out over there by somewhere.
Brian Rush maybe or something, I can't remember.
Somehow he's gonna make this pretty dredge across there, and it's gonna be real nice.
Well, gentlemen, that's not gonna happen in 6 months.
That's not gonna happen.
Even that description is not gonna happen for a while. I mean, and I'm not happy about it. Please believe me, understand this, but I will say this, that once we get the full end of the day plan of what he's got designed, then he'll either be approved or not approved. I need him to finish it. I want it to look like he thinks it's gonna look like. But hate to be, Rome was not built in a day.
Acres, he's really not, he doesn't really have a plan to go to the top.
No, that's the terracing. So he's supposed to have. My whole point of the deal is what you just said. I want him to finish it too.
Right.
But I don't think he ought to go past B or A
Well,
until he finishes it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm fine with it. I hear you. I allowed it.
We gotta find the deal to draw a line in the sand, because if we allow him to just keep going, well, I can just keep saying, yeah, I'm gonna finish out.
Let me-
so he's got Athens going up in Rome over on the corner, and now he's already working on a marathon, and he hadn't finished that.
All right, you need to explain what you're saying. I'm not gonna.
Well, Rome wouldn't go up there today, I'm just saying he's moving from one spot to the next.
What 2 spots are you talking about?
I'm talking about the.
If you're talking about 10 square and 71, we don't have any say so.
Well, I would encourage.
That keeps getting brought up, Rod, like I can do something about it, and I can't. Until you annex that, I can't do anything about it.
I would strongly encourage you to encourage him to finish that
Before,
before Tim Spur becomes ours. Because then, you know, once that road is fixed before the highway department gets it to the
Right.
Census, then we're gonna have to fix it again after about a billion truckloads of dirt.
sure, we gotta be prepared for that for any project. And I will encourage, and I have, and I'm telling you, if you wanna come, I'll invite you to the next meeting. I almost did. I almost said, I'd like to have a councilman or two down here to hear this.
Put him in that chair.
Yeah, I forgot that chair was done.
Yeah, you have to have one.
One of you
Or public
to
meeting.
come, or public meeting.
I'll pass.
And I've also encouraged that person to go to you, or come here and hear this. Well, that, you know,
Well, I think, you know, I mean,
but I can encourage all that, I'm sorry, I can encourage all day long, but it's not about, it's not, I mean, he would look right at me, as anybody else would, I think, and say, well, how long do you think that's gonna take? You know, and I get it, believe me, this was brought up a while ago, is he making money and selling the dirt? I'm not an idiot.
Well, we can put an answer to how long we think it's gonna take, it's in that form of the bond. You put a time, he doesn't meet certain.
Yeah, you can.
Certain goal by by the end of the year, and a certain goal by the end of the following year.
Right.
We declare it abandoned and we cash the bond.
I mean, I'd just like to see the end game on paper.
That's what we're asking for.
Which I think you're doing the right thing.
The timeline.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all kind of passionate about it, we obviously, you know. But I think if we went in and redid our existing ordinance, or went out and annexed property and tried to enforce any of that on him, we're gonna find ourselves, Hamby will have another job. You know, if we go change.
My point of that is I don't have any, just to say, I can't tell him anything about that until it's in the city limits, out there.
Sure.
Lance, to speak to your, you want to see something happening, half of what the front part of that is EDQ telling him what he has to have as far as the woods in the front, the detention ponds here and here. Until he gets control of the slope and the erosion, he can't do anything with the front. So you won't be able to see anything on the front until he gets the mountain taken down, unfortunately. And so
The two big holes in the ground are as ugly as they can be, but they are there for a purpose.
The property's selling, that he's selling on the Denver side. How close is that to becoming a subdivision?
I couldn't, I drove up there too and trespassed.
Well, I know that the
All I know,
Ferris guy's fixing to build a house.
right,
And that's fine. There's a private drive going up there, but not a public road. When he continues to sell, and I know he sold once to Ralph's brother,
right, Meeker again.
2 houses on a private drive, right? Per our regulations. When you build that third house, third piece of property, it is now a subdivision. You put in a street, you put in water lines going up there to support it, fire hydrants, cul-de-sac, the whole deal.
we don't have a fire hydrant on top of Damascus.
What?
We don't have a fire hydrant on top of Damascus.
Grandfather.
That's grandfather.
Damascus? Yeah.
This is true. What you're saying is absolutely true.
What are we looking at?
Yes, we're watching. I just,
All right.
what has that got to do with what he's doing behind Davis Jones?
Because he was talking about the whole big plan, and I was wondering.
That's not part of it.
No, as far as what he's explained to us, the terrace is supposed to.
And y'all don't know if him splitting that property again.
I don't know that he's gonna be able to by his plans that he says he's doing. He's going plumb to the peak. And he's gonna start from the top down and terracing. That's what he's saying, and that's what we're gonna wait on plans.
So, I mean, I think we all acknowledge, I mean, we know, we wish it was done Friday, but it won't be. What does he say for a timeline? Anything at all?
Not yet.
Giving us a firm answer yet.
You mean completely on that side of what you see?
Yeah.
We don't have that.
I mean, we've never gotten one out of the other place either.
Deputy one? We
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
It's not happening.
I know he's pulling some dirt around over to the Jones place. He's building a pad over at Mark Dean's new house.
Mhm.
Mark Dean sold that big
I was accused by the, never mind.
He took some to, Lake Jack Nolan and pushed it off on game fish
I'm
property.
aware of that too, and that's been addressed.
Yeah.
Is he making himself a little landing or something?
I don't know what he's doing, I just know that he got with the wrong people, game fishing.
Yep.
Maybe all together we can. Maybe stop the eyesores in town.
Well, on the back side then, if he sells another piece party, then that's fine as a developer, then he's subdividing.
What if he
the
intends
property.
to use that road for more than 2 houses?
I think he's building another road off of Webster today on a road line. That's his truck out in the field.
That's going to,
That's Martin's new house. That'll be a private drive.
And is he doing the thing on Main Street too, past city limits?
No.
Okay.
No, but let's blame him. I'm sorry.
this is the sole reason I was here tonight, guys.
Shoot this, you gotta worry.
But he's not doing that, and he's not, as far as we know. I get it. Try to understand that I am not defending Mr. Burton anymore, and he knows it. But I will say that we cannot add things to his list that aren't his. That is unfair.
I think just having a plan is gonna be.
Absolutely.
Going forward, and be positive.
This gentleman said the same thing that Sonny and I have been saying, and I get it. At some point, there's time for not to talk anymore, for actions. Seth said it, Hunter said it to Mr. Burton. Just follow the rules. And when we say that, that doesn't mean you can't, it's not about, a dozer in dirt and a hillside in Greenwood equals ugly. Our desire and our hope, and Lance echoed it too, is that it's ugly now, but it becomes something of value to the city and attractive, or not ugly, but then be attractive necessarily. I hate that the trees are gone. I mean, that's sickening me just like it does everybody else. And we're trying to, we're not there yet, but we're going to find out.
I just want to make sure we revise this existing ordinance.
That ordinance needs work.
I mean, I look out my living room window, the back of my house, and I see a hillside that's 40 ripped down that won't be fixed in my lifetime. And that went up there above the storage building, above your fireworks place.
I mean, I try to stay as positive as I can about what is possible, but I don't want to be trying to make that it's not an excuse. I don't want to be thinking that in 5 years from now, but we need to see results.
Fort Smith had a big hillside there where the promenade was.
Yeah.
They didn't let it be a 10-year project and then just dig into the dirt. I mean, it became a project and got done.
But it was ugly.
Not that long.
Not that long. There's more than 2 orange dump trucks driving around breaking down.
And that's the point, and that's the deal. We can't blame Mr. Burton for being a single person that's working in the city. You can't hold that against him. That sounds like I'm defending him. I would do this for Mr. Smith or Joe Blow. You cannot blame him for being one guy in a dump truck, and that's what he is.
I mean, you almost have to give him a little bit of credit. He's wanting to do something to make the city better, but he's gonna make himself money at the same time.
If in 20 years, that project and 7110 Spur is the curve, you all probably seen that.
We have Chick-fil-A.
Fruit, with a Chick-fil-A, all of this would be going awesome.
I'll be making Roger Corbin money down that's done.
You only give yourself 20 years.
I'll be sharing a room. We'll be getting our containers.
You know what?
Money, but
You said Roger Corbin. I immediately went to the funeral home with Corbin, so I'm sorry. I really did. I'm sorry. Because that's where I'll see it. If I'm there. I guess my point to you, gentlemen, is that we are, and I know it seems like it, I hate it as much as you do, it probably doesn't sound like it. We're trying to get on it and make it stick. I did, so I absolutely allowed a permit to be issued. I feel like it was gonna be the right thing to do to get him where we need him to be. I'll either be proven really wrong or better here within 6 months.
I know, again, you touched on it, but some people have asked me about it too, and it's not in Sid and Steve, but what is that going on? Do you may know what's going on in the Main Street there and that?
I do not know. I don't even know who, I've seen some folks parked out there, I've seen what you've seen, I don't, but I
Is it
haven't
not
heard.
Jones? They did have them listed for sale.
There's signs prior to that from Jones, I don't know if that's, I don't know, I really don't know the answer. Do you? They, yeah, that hill, that mountain's bad looking.
Like
I don't
I guess like we're seeing a lot of things happening just outside our city limits that's like, man, you know, becoming the base of our city is the
So what direction can we tell people to come in that haven't been here? Where they don't pass
Hey,
this under disaster?
You know, I'm.
Gotta go down to Boonville.
Yeah.
I got to come in out here.
I mean, we got a.
96, I guess.
We got this beautiful welcome
Gotta go by.
on one side of the road.
Our neighbor there.
Conger?
Now, that lot, I think I'm for sure, the lot out there on 10th, but I'm bringing it up myself. Where all the stuff's sitting, that's not Jacob's property.
No.
Wait, where are you talking
On
about?
10 Spur 71. There's
The fruit stand.
That fruit stand.
Oh, it is? Whose is it?
That's somebody else.
Jesus? Owns it?
It's his fruit stand, so I guess so. I learned that.
Well, that's nice.
I learned that through the process of
How
other.
could Jacob not own
Yeah.
It's,
that? That's crazy.
It's owned by the,
State Highway Department.
no, what's the guy that used to work out at James Ford?
Stallings?
Stallings, it's Stallings.
Does that go with what was, because there's also a sliver,
You talking about
Part
Delbert?
of Delbert.
Delbert?
you think?
It's the Stallings that had the house.
That
Delbert.
was Delbert.
Yeah, that's Stallings. property.
Still,
That little
that one
corner.
little thing.
Yeah, he kept that corner.
You said he sold it.
Be nice. I get, I mean, we'd be able to just say something, yeah.
Couldn't be very big.
We're going,
I mean,
Well,
that was pretty easy to
Put a
get out
wayfinder
to.
sign on it.
He lives in that trailer for by the bull.
yeah, he's still up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not bad. Pretty cool deal.
All right, anything else? Don't mean to cut you off.
Just get out there before business.
Anybody else about any department head? Greg's here.
Who owns it?
Danielle's here. Stuart.
We're on council forum, we passed.
Oh, sorry. Anything from the council?
That's not Stallings.
I want to thank everybody for being patient with us during executive session. For those of you that didn't have to be here, I would entertain a motion to accept this. Thank you very much. Oh, I